performance and do what they did. Like, it was, as you said, like a complete domination. Like, Zero Zero Nation had no answer whatsoever to whatever happened. Like, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zero Zero Nation, that does spell an unfortunate loss coming into their opening matchup here in Brazil. But we do have some words from the birthday boy himself. It's Cold Zero with Banks.
I've got Cold Zero with me now, and Cold, I want to just touch on the things of looking at Vertigo, right? You've not played it since your South American qualifiers. Was this a map you've been working on, or did you just try and look at like Bad News Eagles not playing it so well recently?
So we were like playing a lot of Vertigo on the practice. Of course, we didn't play too much on officials, but we saw the opportunity, like they don't play good Vertigo, so we tried to abuse that. And today was kind of hard a little bit. We were committing so many mistakes, missing grenades, missing flashes. Communication was not on point as well. I think like for us, like first match is always hard. So like I think people feel the pressure a little bit of the stage. So first match for us is always hard, like same as like we were playing Armar. So let's see in the second match.
And what were you saying to some of the younger players on your team, right? What were you and Cold saying to ensure they didn't kind of get nervous or feel the pressure from that crowd? Because I know you guys are used to it.
Like we just tell them like just breathe a little bit, just keep calm. Let the game go. Like get more initiative. We need more initiative because like we had so many rounds that we were on ramp. We knew they were playing like passive. We wait like 30, 40 seconds to execute A, and they just re-aggress us, and they pick us everyone with nades on hand. So we're just trying to tell them to be more calm, a little bit more calm, and have more initiative.
And on terms of that, right, when you mentioned the aggression, I actually thought that it would work quite well because you're used to playing against aggressive teams, especially from other Brazilian teams. So was there something in particular that surprised them, or are you putting it more down to yourself?
Yeah, I think like for us, like we knew like they play very aggro, but at the same time, like the initiative was not there. So when we need someone just to say, okay, I can smoke this, I can smoke that, and we didn't have, like people were a little bit quiet, and we got shut down in the first half buy. So we won our first buy. We knew they would re-aggro ramp, and we just took too long to execute it and take this shutdown a little bit and put the high pressure on us.
Well, it certainly sounds like you know what to do to fix it, so I look forward to seeing that. Cold, thank you very much, bro.
And I really like that honesty coming out of Coulter as well, saying, you know, he felt like there was a lack of initiative taking in the server today. And we've got to, you know, put a spotlight on some of the newcomers as well. Some of the players, you know, aren't used to playing on these huge land stages in front of a crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the rookies and how they would have to show up to define kind of the limits of 0-0 Nation. Well, there's no beating around the bush. Dumao was invisible. He traversed this game as a ghost, had no impact at all. I think 0.28 rating he had at the end of the game. Not that the number in itself matters, but the harsh truth is he failed his first test. This is now a failure. He can move on. Hopefully he can bounce back from it. I hope he gets help from the team as well. Because as a player, when you leave that chair, when you leave that stage and you gotta regather with your thoughts, then it's extremely hard to get away from that cloud, like nebula that you have. That was a failure. It's just one game, but 0-0 Nation won't win with Dumao in the hole.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's a matter of Dumao and Lato especially stepping up. You know, also Try as an upper. I don't think we saw many highlights out of him as well, right? So like when you have those three players, and like I said before, like I think Taco and Cold really gave up on a lot of their roles and a lot of the, you know, stuff that they like to do purely, you know, to let the youngsters perform and feel in their comfortable zone. So when, unfortunately, we have those three players not playing up to their standards, then obviously this is what happened.
Yeah, something's got to give, right? If you give space to the youngsters of the team, if you say, listen, we're going to give you the resources, we're going to give you the positions, you the timings, we're going to build around you, then they cannot go missing. Because then the piece of the puzzle, it's not even a piece of the puzzle. It's like 50% of your freaking puzzle is missing. And of course you can't build the Arc de Triomphe because there's no puzzle here. That's what's happening with 0-0 Nation.
Also from the interview we saw Code kind of complaining about the communication and missing grenades and stuff like that. I could only assume that this probably came out of the youngsters. Because like, I can't imagine Taco as an IGL missing many grenades and stuff like that. And actually he's entering all the time, so I don't think he's the one throwing nades. So, you know, for this to happen to Code, you know, kind of highlight this in the interview. I think this is probably a topic that they're going to be talking about because, like, you know, they're about to, you know, face another difficult match afterwards, and they have to step up and fix those things because we're in a major. They can't, you know, they can't do those mistakes on stage with a Brazilian crowd in such an important event like this.
Yeah, certainly not. It's never easy to be going down 0-1 to be starting off your journey here, not least if you're a Brazilian representative as well. But we're not going to be halting with this Brazilian train. Oh no, we have the top dogs of the region coming up next. The men on our screen, it's Furia. They're going to be rising to take on the German Giants, but with a little bit of their arsenal missing. Sin still standing in, and it's coming up after this.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
An unequivocal sense of pride here in Rio for the Brazilian teams and South American teams alike. And the one that could be the star of the show is Furia, of course, the team with the highest HLTV ranking, the team who has consistently shown that they can take an upset here or there. They are overdue for a deep run. And of course, what would feel better than doing it inside of Rio?
You're at home and you're about to play a major. How does that feel?
Amazing. Like the feeling about playing home, it's something that we never had. Like a major is something that we always are eager to play, and playing in Brazil is something different.
We just wanted to step outside and take a look and talk about a team that everybody wants to talk about, and that's Big Clan. And I was really hoping that we would be able to catch a German. Oh, I've got a German. I've got a German. Yeah, you're caught. I don't have a Pokeball for you, but I wanted to.
I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah, what's your name, man?
I'm Max. Hey.
Max, I
What's your name?
I love the glasses, Max.
Thank you very much.
I'm Launders.
Thank you.
On behalf of all Germans, what is the opinion on how good Big are right now?
Big ist sehr, sehr gut. Very good.
And finally, before I let you go, Max, say some good words about Germany to the CSGO fans.
Hallo. Ich hoffe natürlich, dass Big weiterkommt. Ganz, ganz wichtig für uns Deutschen, die auch in der Jeunesse Arena dann nachher zu sehen. Also, go big, gemeinsam schaffen wir das.
Max, thank you so much. It's not exactly promising for Big. It's going to be a tough run, but they have so many veterans on this roster, lots of experience. Tabson as the IGL. I feel like you have to rate them. I feel like we have to.
So you've obviously got Sin here at the major. Do you look at that as a bit of a handicap?
I don't think it's a handicap anymore for us. We practiced a lot now, like 3 weeks or something, so we got to know each other a bit better, and now it's good.
So when did you guys arrive? When did you get into Rio?
We arrived yesterday in Rio. I think it's a really nice city. It looked already insane from the plane, and yeah, we're looking forward to play here.
Bit of a contrast in the weather from Germany at the moment, I suppose. So how's the humidity treating you?
I think it's crazy. Like this morning when I played like aimbots in the morning, my mouse pad was completely wet. It was impossible to play, so we had to turn on the AC to get some dry air. And yeah.
What are we thinking about the opening match against Big?
I think we're gonna face every opponent the same. So I don't like care who's gonna be the first match. We're just focused on beating them. So of course Big is a wild card, I would say. So just that we're focused on winning the game. It doesn't matter who we face.
I think we can find some success here in this tournament. We practiced a lot. We're looking forward to play on stage tomorrow, and yeah, I'm happy to be here.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
The pack leaders of Brazil, Furia, rise to take on Berlin International Gaming. Okay, it may have been a little bit lackluster so far from the South American squads here in Rio, but if there's any team that we're expecting to deliver, surely Maniac, surely it's got to be Furia.
I think the story changes when it comes to Furia. The way we approach Brazilian teams as a whole right now is through a very romantic lens. We talk about, you know, the buff, improving, pushing your own limits. You have the crowd going for you. I want to spin a different story on Furia. I think for Furia, there is pressure to perform. There is demand to perform. There's an imperative to do something great in Rio, because we've been asking for trophies. We've been asking for results, asking for achievements on the side of Furia. If you're not going to do it in Rio with that crowd, you're just maybe never going to do it. So they have pressure on them.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that for them, they wouldn't be happy at all with anything less than playoffs, quarterfinals, or whatever, right? They have been there so many times already. And as we said previously, like, I think having the home crowd, everything in their favor. I mean, the only downside is not having their coach, right, Gary, with them, which kind of affects a little bit, I would assume. But still, like, they have everything to be able to perform, right? They have great players. They have a great atmosphere around them. And, yeah, so, and also, as you said, they have been struggling a little bit in terms of performance recently. So, yeah.
I think that is kind of the perfect narrative to be framing it coming into things, because, you know, we've seen the puzzle pieces, as you were saying, for Furia, trying, attempting to come together to, you know, get deeper into those big events. And we just haven't seen it. It's been, you know, major quarterfinal finishes time and time again since coming back from, you know, the pandemic break. And I think you're totally right. If they're not going to do it here, I just don't think it is possible for Furia.
Look, Furia is an elite team of Counter-Strike. I'm not here to debate that at all. But there has been a glass ceiling over their head for the last X million tournaments, where it feels like there's a caliber of teams that they're not able to upset. There's a caliber of teams they're not able to overcome. And maybe, just maybe, we're gaslighting ourselves thinking that this is the context that they need to actually overperform. But I do believe that the answers must come from the server. I think there are individuals here who have to do more than they have done in the past. I think Safe has been too silent as an AWP, and we know how op-centric the meta is. I think Art has been a little bit figured out individually, and his input hasn't been that great. They have Yuri and Kesserado, one of the most powerful duo we have in the game in Brazil.
Yeah.
These people have to win. These people have to be winners. It hasn't been the case quite yet.
Yeah, for sure. And I also think that, I mean, they've been trying a couple different approaches, right? Prior to this, from what I heard, like, they decided to not play that many events, so they had a extend boot camp in Europe, I think. And so, you know, they're trying to change the approach prior to this, and that's a positive sign, right? They're trying to do something different. Also, in terms of the game, as you said, like, they have the individuals, but their game style, they have a very particular game style, right? Like, very aggressive, and then Art going for entries as an IGL as well, just as we saw in the other teams today. And, I mean, yes, that's fine, that's nice, but, for example, when you're going up against big, like, they are for sure very used to playing against teams like this. They have the experience. They have a really good coach behind them on God B who knows how to play against these sort of teams. So I think it's challenging for Furia, but they need to also change a little bit the way they play, try different approaches, not only outside of the server with the bootcamp, but also in the server, you know.
Well, you speak of the aggressor himself. Let's get a few words from Art and his thoughts and feelings in playing in front of a Brazilian crowd.
We're in Rio, we're in Brazil. I got Art with me here from Furia. Art, this is something special already, right? This is a challenger stage.
Yeah, you can hear that. For them, it's like the playoffs already. It's insane.
Now, we've been here in a long time, right? Brazil, they love Counter-Strike. They've been waiting for a major. But did you expect it to be like this?
To be honest, yeah, you can see how they are. It's impossible.
They absolutely love it. Now, for you, right, is it going to be pressure because the crowd is on your side, you want to do well, or is it going to motivate you? How's it going to be for Furia?
To be honest, I'm feeling motivated. I don't feel the pressure at all. It's feeling, the feeling is amazing. You can hear that, you can feel that.
And how many have you brought with, like, your family and friends? I see you guys with a lot of different people. Who's here supporting you guys?
Oh, my whole family is here. That's going to be amazing for them as well. It's going to be such a huge experience for all of us.
And do you think, right, that this is the time we get to see Furia finally go all the way, make it a deeper run, right? You guys have had great playoff runs. You've looked better overall at different events. But we're waiting to see you guys grab that trophy. Are you in shape?
Yeah, I feel that. It's CS, but we're feeling that's different now.
That's what we're talking about. Now, overall, though, when I'm looking at this crowd here, we've not even got to the main arena. Give me an idea of what I can expect. Is it going to be like the biggest one we've ever seen in Counter-Strike?
Definitely, 100%.
So, Rio Major, the best major of all time?
In Brazil.
in Brazil, my man.
Yeah, the atmosphere isn't going to be motivating you here. Literally nothing will. This is only day one of the Challenger stage, no less, and the hype is certainly real. Now, hype for Furia coming into things is definitely not going to be dying down any more than we've seen. And I do want to put another name under the spotlight that you mentioned, the AWPing presence of Safe coming into things. I think we were really hyped to see him coming from the side of Pain Gaming. He had so much impact on that squad with the kind of caliber teams they were playing against. Where were you kind of at in terms of his impact in Furia? Because I feel like there's still a little bit left to give.
Overall, I've been relatively underwhelmed by what Safe has provided to Furia, and I think the unfortunate great example is that whenever he shows up at a game, it feels like it's a completely different team. When he has a great game, suddenly the whole picture starts making sense. When he doesn't, though, I think that's an issue. I have to say, I will say to his defense, Furia is probably one of the trickiest teams to integrate as an AWP and find your groove and find your rhythm, because they don't exactly play by the usual rules of sending up an AWP and giving you the time and space to do what you need. He has to kind of catch up with the rhythm, but it's Art's responsibility and Furia's responsibility to also help him be in that position to have an impact. I just haven't seen it really enough for my taste.
Yeah. Same goes for me, and I think that as an AWPer, when you get integrated into the team, I think you have to make it very clear what your expectations are, as an AWPer, and you have to put up what you like to do and those kind of things. And also, when you look at, as Freya said, they have been missing a good AWPer ever since Henny left the team, right? Yeah. And Henny was very active and very aggressive as an AWPer. Sometimes he was committing way too many peaks, committing mistakes and stuff like that, but he was also delivering a lot of the times. And when you compare Henny to Safe, they're relatively different AWPers, right? And I think what Safe needs to do, and this probably has been, I hope this has been discussed during the bootcamp, is he needs to step up his game and control the actions and, not rely only on Art going for entries and doing crazy plays and stuff like that. We're all used to that. But very Safe going for opening kills, and all that kind of stuff, because we cannot expect that from Yuri and Caserato. They're way more passive players who hold their ground. They're really good, but Safe needs to step up. Same goes for Art. So Art needs to keep doing his thing as well, obviously.
Well, let's continue to put the AWPers under the spotlight and our Colex players to watch.
Big and Furia clash in their opening matchup of IEM Rio 2022. All eyes are set on these savage sharpshooters. SyrsoN, the sniper. The pressure on SyrsoN has risen. In the absence of their fully starting roster, the AWPer must provide a pillar of stability. Stability, however, needs consistency. And when it comes to the LAN environment, we know SyrsoN has struggled to deliver as heavily as he does online. But now it's his time to prove he can do it on the biggest of stages. On the other side, we have Safe. Furia's victories on their road to Rio were often spearheaded by their Safe pair of hands. Safe provides the pull to Art's push. If Furia are to surpass the heights of their previous online success, then Safe must play a significant role. One thing is certain, we know these guys will produce an electrifying matchup.
We got the AWP behind Big here in SyrsoN with me, and you're going into your opening game against Furia, mate. But I want to come back to your previous officials, look at Blast Showdown. It wasn't looking great for you guys, right? What have you done from this point onwards in order to make yourself ready for the major?
Yeah, we had a boot camp for 7 days, I think. So we prepared for Furia, and we also fixed our mistakes and tried to improve day by day. We watched also the Showdown game and also the IEM Rio before game. So we just tried to fix our mistakes, stayed cool because we know what we are capable of. So just stay focused and try to improve day by day.
And how's Sin feeling at this stage, and how are you feeling with Sin on the team? Do you feel like you're in a good spot now like you were before with Faven on the team?
I think it's difficult to say yet because Sin is still new in the team, and he's a hard-working player and he's really good. But Faven is also a bit different. Maybe Faven has a bit more firepower than Sin has, but we have to see. We have to watch game by game and stuff. So, but I feel very confident. I think everyone else is also feeling really comfortable and confident. So we have to go game by game.
Game by game for sure. Now Furia, right, a team that you guys actually have a pretty good track record against. Is this a game where you feel like tactically you guys just are better than them, ahead of them?
It's hard to say, because they have a really unique playstyle, I would say. So they punish every mistake. They also really they push through smokes and stuff. So you have to really 100% focus to beat them. And tactical wise, I think we are maybe on the same level, I would say. Not better, but on the same page. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Seriously, thank you very much for your insight.
Really great to get a little bit of insight from Searson, particularly as I guess the narrative coming into this. He's a gentleman that is way more comfortable Peacemaker in the surroundings of his home environment. I'm really looking to him to be stepping up on that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just very important. I mean, I've been looking a lot on big demos back in the days while I was coaching Imperial, right? And Cesar has always impressed all of us in Imperial. And I mean, it's just very important that as he normally does, he sets up the pace of the game, goes for his peaks, goes for the stuff that he likes to do. Not only him, but Tapson, right? I think Tapson as well is key for this team, for them to be able to, you know, set the pace of the game, set the momentum. Especially, like, I would say that Big's biggest challenge is themselves. You know why? Like, because they had so many roster changes and standings and that other kind of situation that, like, for sure, they're a great team. They are able to compete against Furia. But, you know, unfortunately, because of all the situations, they are in a tough spot, you know.
Searson gave us quite a nice PR answer, I guess, when he asked about the temperature check for Sin. We were at the Blast Showdown where we saw them, unfortunately, losing out to Sangol in what was an absolutely huge upset. What's your take on how, you know, Sin's been integrating into the team? Is it just down to him that we're seeing these recent Big struggling?
Listen, if we put down Sin as a win condition, that means we haven't understood the Big's case. Like, it's just unfair to Sin to be in that position, and it's disregarding some of the other issues. I think the conversation has to be centered around Searson. He has to be the talking point. He, at this major, has, I guess, the ability, but also the request, the task to break through his freaking chains. Because he will always remain what we refer to as an online player. Sure, he's had a couple of great games here and there online. He's had a few events where his numbers are in the green, and I will acknowledge it. But we are yet to see the powerful Searson that we have seen during the online era take over games and win on his own. He was capable of doing it. He has done it multiple times in the past. Now, guess what? You are the freaking major. That's it. This is it. It's the best stage. If you're ever going to redefine who you are, if you're ever going to change the dialogue around you, if you're ever going to take charge of your story, now is the time. And it's not going to erase what happened in the past. He still had a couple of events where he disappointed us. But you could turn a new leaf here at the major. You show up here, you take charge, you actually play your best freaking Counter-Strike, and you push Big into a new dimension.
So what are we saying? Are we saying we should get a bedroom set up for Searson behind him, you know, get his bed in there, get some posters maybe up in the booths? Do you think that would make him feel more comfortable?
No, I don't. No, I don't think it's a narrative we should push. No, it's. I don't think ESL would like to do that. You know, organize a single room for someone.
Yeah, I mean, probably not, right?
Do you want to have your hotel room brought to the green room? That'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
That's not fair. I think we are experiencing just a slight tech issues. We're getting things
Look at this.
away.
You have to make sure the PC is working.
Exactly.
Everything is under control.
That is true.
But you know, I respect that. You know, I respect that. I'll tell you, as a player, I mean, sometimes when you're in these prestigious events, you might feel a little uncomfortable and shy. You know, something is wrong with your PC. You don't really know if that's... Nah, to hell with that. Something is wrong. You feel like something is lagging. Just ask for it. Ask the admins, hey, listen, there's something is wrong here. I'm not going to go and play the first game of my major with the mouse lagging on my screen is flickering or whatever. I can't hear my teammates.
Fair enough.
None of that. Just ask for it.
If
Be a diva.
Broke, fix it. I think that is the saying, isn't it? The well-known one. We didn't allude actually to the map video that we saw going down on the screen. Vertigo is going to be going down between Big and Furia. Takes, did you expect it to go a different way, gentlemen?
I didn't think it would be Vertigo.
No,
to be honest,
really.
I didn't really have this map. And I think it's kind of surprising to see how we have a tendency to go to Vertigo now in best of ones, where these used to be the glorious days of Inferno and Mirage, you know, the handshakes and the middle maps. Now Vertigo in best of one, I don't know how I feel about it.
I think that Furia hasn't been playing Vertigo that much lately, but historically, like, it has been a really good map for them. Like, they are very good on the T side. They know how to control the pace of the game. And I think, you know, if Big took a look at on Major TV and saw that, oh, Furia is not playing Vertigo, and have been struggling a little bit and stuff, let's just not forget that the main core of this team has been playing Vertigo for a long time. It has been their best map as well for a long time. So, I mean, for them to just play Vertigo, I think Furia is going very comfortable on this map, especially in the series. And yeah, I didn't expect Vertigo. Like, Vertigo hasn't been one of the strong maps for Big side.
Yeah, that kind of gives me illusions, memories, I guess. Back to the Blast Showdown. That was the map that they lost to Sangol in.
Why'd you need to bring it up?
No. I know. Nightmares, PTSD, if you're a big fan
I had to go do hypnotherapy to get that out of my brain. Now you just put it back.
All the trauma back. That's exactly what I'm up here to do, Maju.
Freudian lapsus.
But that wasn't great. I mean, it was great for Sangol because it kind of bid farewell to some of the issues we thought we saw at the RMR versus Mouse. But the fact that Big let that one slip away when we're normally looking at them to be an incredibly well-drilled, well-prepared team, that was more exciting.
Yeah, it was disappointing. You're absolutely correct. There's no other way to describe it. I just think that there are too many cogs that aren't really turning in the wheels right now for Big. And if you're a Tapson, you feel like you're just putting out fires after fires after fires. Don't even have a stable roster. Of course, we know the issues Fabian is going through, which is deplorable. We hope he's going to be fine. Still, you have changing players. In the midst of all of that, we're forgetting that Crimbo is also just at the very early pages of his career, right? He's just trying to figure out what the hell he's doing, and there is no clear direction for the team. So I know what it is to be in a situation where you feel like you're just short-terming it all. You're just looking after the next day and then the next day. You don't have a long-term vision. You're not really improving. This is where I find Big right now, just trying to put out fires. But the problem is it's the major and it's burning like hell.
Yeah, it is the big boys from the big clan, but is it enough to bring it to Brazil's pack leaders on the side of Furia? We're going to be finding out on the map of Vertigo. It's Moses and Sadie gets to bring us all the action.
Yes, we are. Furia versus Big. It has not been the debut and the start that the home teams would have wanted here in South America, in Rio. But this is their best chance, their best team, the top of the region. Furia is furious, I'm no doubt about it, to start off this with a bang against Big.
Well, they better be furious just by virtue of the fact that none of the other Brazilian teams and players on the stage have performed yet today. 9Z got demolished. Double O Nation got embarrassed in front of the home crowd. Now it's their turn. And remember, too, there's a deeper story around Furia. For as exciting and as fun and as dangerous as they've been over the past year and a half, they still have 0 trophies to their name. They are supposed to be the next Brazilian squad that is promised to keep this scene in relevance, competitive on the world stage. They have to have a good showing here at Rio. They are the sole hope.
I'm sure there's one trophy that would silence all of that, Jason.
Yeah.
Well, if that's to happen, the run starts now. And once again, we find ourselves at the dizzying heights of Vertigo. Yuri already on the CT side, setting up for defensive smoke off the hop. In fact, waiting to play out exactly what's going to happen toward the lobby. Big, with all 5 collected and gathered toward the bottom of the ramp, are going to collectively try and push their way toward the site. They've got 2 smokes to try and cut off the defense.
Well, good delay tactic. Searson just shows presence and pressure, but doesn't commit. The rest of Big is slowed down as that smoke eliminates one prong of the attack.
Yuri waiting with the smoke in front, can't see through, but they have good positioning, good flash, goes both ways. Searson gets a bit unfortunate that the Glock has more bullets to fire in that situation because he gets spammed and eventually does find the kill required. That will allow for the bomb plant. Tapson, he's the one to put it down. And the smoke starts to dissipate. Searson's surprised. He's gone aggressive and he can swing towards CT, but he's not sure where the damage is coming from. It may not matter. Oh, what a snap up to find Safi as well. And now he's going to go aggressive. Drop is dropped, and that is a huge round to start it off.
Yeah, what a round from Searson. Quad kill, but I got to say, the follow-up utility after the initial setup to get that bomb plant, the deep smoke towards the left, the Molotov behind the boxes, that allows late aggression off the plant. 2 players, they don't have to back away from the bomb site anymore and play for the retake. They can actually get aggressive, push forward, and take the fight to Furia. What an opening pistol round from Big. And an opening performance from Searson.
And 0-3 at the start so far for the South American team, so this crowd's still waiting to have a lead to cheer for. Yuri looking for a boost, safe to be the one to go up. Keeps his head down for now, and won't spot them. In fact, he's missed out the chance to steal one that does go around. Keto, no mistake, at finding out 2. He closes out with a 3rd in the round, finding Yuri, so 2-0 for Big. Convincing fashion, all 5 stay alive. Furia has to get into the guns now and see if they can rebuttal.
Yeah, let's see what they've got. Firing it up right back up into the M4s. 5 on the board. A little bit of utility as well. No kits, but that's all good. Well done from Big to sustain with 2 straight to start the map. Good kills from Keto.
Tapson. Smoke down to cover off any vision from the top of the ramp.
Look at this double stack as well in middle. Furia want to send the message that they will defend this part of the map. Leaves K-Serrano on his own though, and he's in some trouble. Keto's found that. Crimbo went down in middle, but meanwhile the defense holding on top of the stairs,
drop.
and Sin's not gonna let him away.
Yeah, drop was stuck. He couldn't jump out of the corner. Safe's the next one in line. He's rotated over, trying to play quad and see if he can spot anyone, getting aggressive on that opening kill. It's only a one-man advantage, but significant in terms of its pacing because it did spread out the defense quite a bit. They were forced to rotate back over, and that's why Art and Safe are so committed to this positioning. They desperately want to get a kill back right now to try and neutralize the round. Not going to happen. Great shot from Kiddo. Arts pulls it back. One to work with, but Tapson looking to execute over toward the A site instead. Yuri, he knows they're there. Fires in, damage to all of them. Somehow he stays alive and gets away as it was the close player and Searson that walked into the flyer, walked into the bullets that were already being sprayed toward his teammates, and that's going to give a chance, but Sin's found the corner. He's found the pocket, and down goes Art. It's Yuri that wants in next, and he is going to have a tough time, but Tapson, 10 HP. Yuri on 43, he's going to spot him, he's going to clutch it, and Furia's on the board.
Big clutch early for Yuri. One of the big boy players for Furia. Him and K-Serrano, some of the star factor of this team. That is a massive round from Yuri. And that's a 2v4 recovery from Furia as well. Art with the opening, or the other kill on the other side of the map. This lineup for Yuri almost got a pair of kills right there, but a big clutch. And he gets the first kill without even springing the trap. It's absolutely perfect. Furia's on the board early.
And now they'll, with guns again, go against Big's opposition, or at least AKs. Okay, Searson does have the AWP. They've got good utility. This will break them, though. This is a big round both ways if Furia want to try and take control of Vertigo. Safe! Quickly finds Keto. He's already dropped him down. That's a fast peek. Close side as well, short side of the crane.
Didn't waste any time getting away either. Now it's on K-Serrano, but he wants nothing to do with the utility. He's all alone at the top of the stairs, so plays it passively, conservatively, and backs away into the site as Drop steps up in support.
Tapson bypasses the gap in the smoke. They're gonna go for the, ooh, okay, good shot. K-Serrano, I was gonna say the railing boost above it to see the site, but they anticipated it, sprayed in. So Sin found also by K-Serrano, too, through the smoke for him, playing that quad position. And they never realized it. The silent stem forward, they didn't realize it was coming from the left. They were still thinking that was boxes inside of the site.
We've been seeing that play a lot on Vertigo recently, is toying with that smoke, looking at the one-way over the top, the boost up over as well. We've seen a number of times, and yeah, that spam can be so deadly. Good double kill for K-Serrano, and that leaves Crimbo and Searson in a really awkward position in a 2v5.
And look at Safe as well, staring toward the doorway in which they want to go, but this is going to be a long save. Crimbo at the top with the AK, and Searson will just wait down below. So we've got a tie game. Furia is going to end up straight back into this. Searson's off. If they can find that, that would be huge. AK for Art. He knows it's there.
I think there might be a saving grace here for Big that they'll get to save these weapons because there's not enough money built up on Furia to feel like you have the bank to go for any kind of a hunt here. So Big should be able to get away with these two guns without any real pressure being applied to him. But Furia is going to tie things up 2-2. And this one's extremely clean. Safe the opening kill. K-Serrano 2 spams through smoke. Nice and easy. And Furia gets upgraded to some AK-47s and builds some momentum moving forward.
Good shot. That was so fast.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. Oh, peace.
All the way down, but tie game early is, yeah. Tie game early is massive because we knew, look, we saw 9Z struggle into it. We saw Double O Nation. He hit the ground. He hit the ground, Jason. But they struggled to get into it, and look, they were the underdogs in this situation. Now Furia, if they get off to a slow start, I think they're the favorites in the game against Big right now, so that would be hugely devastating for IEM Rio and the crowd, so they needed to tie this up early and get back into it. Searson's looking for a gap in the smoke to look towards scaffolding. He's not going to find that yet.
He was also looking for that floor Molotov as well, so look for some kind of maybe a late round attack from Big towards middle to kind of take advantage of that Molotov if they choose to go back from it. That might just be nothing, but the fact that he was lining it up makes me think it's a possibility at some point. And his op should be mostly in support, sending the Tech 9, the Deagle, the AK-47 forward. He covers the angles at range. And nobody wants to peek into the op, so they're trusting in the fact that that knowledge is going to prevent Furia from peeking and gaining information.
Sin looking for a way into the round, is controlling the swing in middle. Molly is fully engulfed, as you can hear, but doubling up, in fact tripling up the position over toward the scaffold. They don't go for the boost. Art missed it on the jump, and I think that they know the timing is off, so Yuri's going to go aggressive instead. Head still down, peeks out, sees Kiddo, but has to be careful because, boy, careful with the nade as well. He's got to get a gun back in his hands to get a kill. He does. Yuri successfully and smartly backs away. Didn't even take any damage in that. Good shot by Crimbo. He'll fall immediately after, though. Drop's going to find two, and here's the AWP. Now they know where it is, and they've already done some damage onto Searson, who may just want to back off of this one. 14 seconds. It's going to be the lead to Furia, 3-2.
The third player there was brutal. Oh, okay, Serrano's got him boxed in. They could go for this. Now they've got the money. 5 seconds. Searson gets one. How much more do they want to chase after? And he's going to take the escape route. Deploys the emergency shoot, and he gets the AWP in his hands for the next round. 3-2, Furia take a lead.
Absolutely.
The first lead of a Brazilian on this stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Today.
Yeah, the first South American on the stage. If you want to include 9Z, obviously I knew you were, but just to make sure that there's no doubt about it. But yes, absolutely, they are taking the lead in this, and didn't quite get the AWP. Searson was wise to what was going on, but they have the money in their favor, and that AWP, again, will only be accompanying Deagles in this situation. Safe again wants the opening pick, not quite to the same ledge this time, trying to change his angles, and no success. That gives Searson a bit of a posting to watch towards scaffold. Very wallable position, and there's a very slight gap in the graphics settings. You can actually see through that, and that's exactly what he fired at. Remember, the red text, the enemy text, often helps in that situation as well.
Watch for safe, though, taking a deep peek. And Big's going to back away, trying to give Searson some time to find them an opening kill, but they don't want to challenge at A-ramp anymore. So didn't get anything they liked, didn't get any advantage off of it. Back over towards B stairs, where K Serrano is alone, but he's being aggressive over the board. So he'll see presence, he'll take a fight with one as he drops off and falls back. And speaking of which, Drop is going to be here as well in support.
Shot out, K Serrano for one. Needs to get away and around the corner sooner, but his teammates there to support it, and they aren't going to challenge because a good defensive Molotov was thrown out. So K Serrano gets the support from Drop. And the Molotov in return is going to go, oh, okay, Drop is going to back right into it. I was just going to go behind him, but he wants to reposition either way. They're going to go back toward middle and potentially the ramp. The only player over here currently is safe.
Yeah, but again, deep angle, early warning system as well. Flicks up, very narrow gap, low percentage shot, but he's got the information, can readjust, drop defensive utility, and now Yuri's here with the M4 to provide support, keep some space, and the AWP is accurate. Safe, only gets one before taps and drops him, but really no danger yet for Furia.
I was going to say, tough spot for Yuri to be in, trying to find that headshot in return, and he manages it. Tapson's not going to know there's two there, so K Serrano will put the AWP down this time. Everyone has fallen on the big side, and it's a 2-round lead for Furia.
Yeah, that round had no plan for Big. That was kind of shuffling between the bomb sites, shuffling between A ramp and B stairs, and seeing what you could get, seeing if you can find a kill, if Searson could pick anyone off with the AWP, and no dice, baby. 4-2. I think Big is going to take the opportunity to call a timeout, talk things over.
Art's enjoying his time. They've been waiting for this. As we said, this is the major that was delayed 2 years due to the pandemic. And although Furia had made their presence known before that, they're in a better position now, I would say. So they need to relish this opportunity to play in front of their home crowd for the first time ever on an international scale. Last time we as an English broadcast team was in Brazil was way back to 2018 in Belo Horizonte.
Yeah. Way back. In the concrete dome.
Absolutely, the Thunderdome. So loud inside of there. As I remember Henry and I, we basically made an agreement, no questions, nothing that I have to respond to, and likewise,
yeah.
We just, you finish talking, I will talk. We could not hear each other. It was incredible. Challenging, but incredible. Challenging situation for Searson. Never going to spot that boost coming up from Yuri. And finally, we've seen that boost attempted a lot today, but finally going to get a kill from it.
Yeah, and again, I mean, they might not expect this aggression from Art either. That's been his His charm as a player, unexpected aggression, and all. Furia wants every fight. What a transfer from Drop. 5-2, and Furia's got this crowd on their feet early.
Doesn't matter if they're wearing Furia jerseys, Imperial 9Z, they're all cheering for the Brazilians right now. Great start with the boost that gave them the information. Art slides out, and then the slaughter in the sight from Draw. Yeah, the Belo Horizonte event as well. That was when MIBR had 2 Americans on the team with Eric and Stewie.
I know, the good old days we call that. That's a way back time machine. Oh, safe. Oh, you have to be careful. Second shot, there's a timing there, but Art's gonna put an end to it. Taps and goes down. A little bit of utility. Defense,
he's late.
He held onto it way too long.
Mr. Aggressive gets aggressed upon. Kiddo catches Art out. As Safe will do the same, though, in return. I don't know that he's aware that there's a second player this close. Oh, Sin! Easy shot because he was anticipating more aggression. Wanted to go to the AK, did Safe, but little did he know he was anything but as the Deagle was off to the right side. Fury holding his nerve, gets the assist for Drop, who's played very well from the boxes. 2 rounds in a row, and it's now 6-2.
There was some trickiness in that round, though. Furia's got to be careful. A couple miscues there, almost was able to punish him. 4-round lead.
The torch is out.
Yeah, this right here, that's a bit too much from Safe. Don't drop the weapon, you don't know it's safe. Don't take those liberties, don't make those assumptions in a game, in a stage like this.
Still looking. Art's bypassed that AWP though, and he can't find who to flick at first. He'll go down to 19 HP, having already lost Sin in the round. They'll back off and try their luck elsewhere.
You know, it already feels to me like Big's in a lot of trouble in this half, because whenever Fury have chosen to be aggressive at these stairs with Art, Drop, K-Serrato, whoever it's been, they've had success. They've neutralized some of the attack. They've been able to find a fight, find a kill, and fall away into the bomb site. Similar over towards the A bomb site. There's been a solid defense in that A ramp as well. So Big, it feels like, running out of some options here as Furia's defense is holding strong.
Comms need to be so clear in these situations as well. You can't have a microphone open, bleeding noise through it. You've got to be concise and not to distract your teammates, but also make sure that with some of the sound cues being muffled in these situations with the crowd, you've got to be dead on. And again, we talked about that experience. Arts, oh, he's faked that he's gone away. This could be huge. No one-way gap in it, but he still has the position. Sees the first, doesn't bother waiting to see if Trigger to Spin will play off. K-Serrato's got the double. 7-2 for Furia.
That hit had no chance, but I think Big felt like there was no other option in a 3 versus 5. If you wait out that smoke, they know exactly what's happening. They know exactly where you are. Taking the risk and getting absolutely shut down, and you're exactly right. The fake from Art probably gave them a little bit more sense of security that they should have had. 7-2, and another timeout for Big.
We said the other two teams, 0-0 Nation, 9Z, not what they would have wanted to start it off. For Furia, this is perfect. Feel the crowd early, get used to the environment, get the adrenaline going, and build on this throughout. Whether they win or lose this game, they need to figure out exactly what the stage is going to present to them in their home country.
It's got to be a weird feeling, not only at the event in Brazil, which is significant and special in its own right, but also being the top Brazilian team in a tournament that has Coldzera, Taco, Fallen, and Fur, and FNX.
And don't discount FNX. Man had a 100% record at the first few majors he attended.
Sad to see that one broken.
Yeah, that was a great record.
That was a good meme. Dead now.
Better to have him back, though, you know? Can't force him into retirement too early.
So just pistols. Pistols, armor, a little bit of utility for Big. They're going to try and attack into this B bomb site. Much more passive defense, a little bit more space for them to work with. Safe has eyes on middle with the AWP, which means Drop can dedicate himself to support the B bomb site defense.
Hey, Serrato. headshot. Boosted pistols can do nothing of that. They're going to try a second boost on the offside. But the smoke's down, there's no chance of seeing it. Quesarado knows they're trying to flame him out of this position, so he goes aggressive instead. He and Drop converging for a number of kills, 3 in fact, as Drop will find his second, and Yuri comes in and joins the equation, 8-2.
Absolutely decimated. Brilliant defense, and that should be a signal. Those B stairs are closed. There's no access to them. If you're big, you have to go elsewhere. They've had struggles at A ramp as well. We haven't seen them challenge mid a whole lot, and basically at all. I think the first gun round, they sent one body there, got taken down by a stack, but they might want to reinvestigate that idea, that concept, and that part of the map. It was 2-0 for Big, 8 straight for Furia now.
And it'll be hard to break this crowd if you're Big. We've not seen this crowd have something to cheer for in terms of being in the lead. Quesarado preemptive strike as he was flashed off, wanted to fall on the angle, but decided to pull the trigger first. Luckily does so and finds Sin. Ito gets one back though, Art once more. It's not completely open on the Scaff side. No, Yuri able to just slide out and makes no mistake on the kill and the trade in return.
Yeah, but Searson feels like there's some space there to be taken. He comes up a little bit late with the AWP. Yuri and Drop gonna get re-aggressive towards the top of the ramp. Crimbo beneath the smoke behind the sandbags. Tapson watching the flank, and Searson aggressive around scaffolding.
Shot out, success. Drop finding his 9th kill on his A side. He'll go down, but not without a vengeance and revenge dealt by Yuri. Searson did get him behind them, though. You're absolutely right. He found that space, and now he has a chance to try and tear Yuri apart as well, but such a tough situation for him to be in, and I don't know that Yuri's fully aware of this.
It's all timing. He's just kind of got to guess when that's going to come in. 2 different angles he's got to worry about, but he nails it. Nails it, shuts him down. 3 kills for Yuri in the round. He's up to 11.
Chat again on the big side, trying to compose them. Tapson getting involved in it. So 9 straight now for Furia. That was probably the closest one in a while. A-ramp again, and unfortunately pistols again. Yuri behind the bags. Kiddo's already up though, he's ahead of this play. So that could catch them off entirely, because if they think there's still aggression toward the corner of the ramp, if Yuri hasn't called this or figured this out, he might be able to sneak in and just walk toward the site. Especially if that aggression's pulled. Yuri's sliding out, trying to use this smoke. He wants to get information back in return. He'll get the first kill. And now he knows there's a chance they have snuck into the low parts of short, but safe. Meanwhile, back over on the other side of the equation is cutting off mid, and it's Art that's going to close out the round entirely by dropping out Kiddo.
It's a very calm and composed Furia team at the moment. No gaps in the defense. Supportive rotations are at perfect timings. And everyone's delivering individually. Good shooting from Safe. He's been solid with the AWP. Hasn't had to do a whole lot, but playing very well, very accurate. And an 8-round lead now. Once the guns have come out, this has been no contest.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was only the pistol round that Big got anything going from. Just holding back behind the I-beam is Art. And time to perfection. He'll find the first, change his angle as well because the utility deployed. Now a Molotov and allows Yuri to go in to try and get aggressive, but Tapson finds him. And now Searson with a response, a chance for Big to finally do something with a round as they've got a man advantage.
Support flash could come in though. Look at Drop rotating over. Oh, he needs to win that fight. It's not going to happen. Not through scaffolding.
Didn't trace the kill fast enough, and Crimbo makes no mistake with the AK.
And this is some over-aggression from Furia. They wanted an aggressive setup. They wanted to pounce and trap that attack, and it's backfired. This is the best opportunity Big has had in a long time, but Drop is going to start pulling it back.
Sin stays too long. Drop knew exactly where he was. He heard the shots fired at his backside, decided to re-peek it. Free kill in response, and now he'll check off scaffolding. Now that does give the front of the site up. 2 smokes, make it 3, excuse me, to work with. For Big, off angle, taps and tag, 10 HP. All of them are low. K-Serrano has a chance in this, but he's against it all with the smokes down. A nade will do damage on the first, no question. Bounces back, okay, it still gets it. Crimbo falls, it was on the wrong side of the box, but the damage went through. He's got Thompson as well, and now the 25 HP of Searson becomes a factor. K-Serrano has a kit, 12 kills, and only 1 to find with ample opportunity and time to do so.
Smoke and Molotov.
Gonna wait it out slightly. He knows Searson's on the op, but a missed shot might do it all if he doesn't drop down the ledge fast enough, because that op is gonna have such a hard task. Smoke plumes, he's not able to get to it in time. Searson nails it, and it's 10-3. Big finally back on the board.
That's a smart but risky play from Searson. He puts out the Molotov at sandbags to say, hey, this is where I'm hiding. I have to put this Molotov out. But he throws it from the side. If K-Serrano had caught that, if he had seen the angle, the trajectory of that smoke, that could have given him everything he needed. But you can see he's swinging out too wide because he did. He fell for it. He believed he was sandbags. Huge clutch from Searson. And when you think about it, Searson had the quad kill in the pistol round. Searson has actually delivered all 3 rounds on the board for Big.
Absolutely right. 10 kills as well. He's holding his own with a positive KD, the only one on the team to do so. 7 for Kiddo and 7 for Tapson. Slight chip damage onto Searson. The lineup. Art got in position. He knows there's more. He's only on the A1S. He's going to go back for the reload, but the AWP can come out and do the rest. Oh, man, they go low. But the aggression pays off. Throw everything at them. 11-13.
Oh my lord, Art could have had like 3 of them in that lineup. What a narrow missed opportunity for a huge spray down, but what a good execution of the aggression down a ramp. Furia has just taken the fight to Big every step of the way. What a beautiful round to call, a beautiful piece of aggression out of a loss. Art and Safe combined for 4. Actually, maybe even 5, excuse me. K-Serrano's gonna have an opening kill. And remember, I mentioned it earlier, those B stairs have been closed. That has not been an option for Big throughout this entire half.
Good shot out, Art again. The Art attack is back. He wants more from Kiddo. He'll find that and the bomb. For good measure, just 2 pistols left on the map to locate, and it's a boost up for Crimbo. He knows Heaven's already clear, drops push back, sees that, and now he knows there's 2 there, so immediately goes for the transfer. Searson gets the kill, but far from the round. 22 HP. This is going to be a 12-3 score at half.
Boom, Fury gets the final one. That's a devastating opening half if you're Big, but if you're Furia, finally you got the crown on their feet. They've been waiting all day for a solid performance from one of their teams. They've got one here on Vertigo. We're off to halftime. We'll be right back for the conclusion of Vertigo.
Why is he just like the player everyone wants to be? Like the flicky, stylish AWPer and the aggressive rifler? Like, what's going on? Now for Searson, he's got his work cut out for him. Ooh, bit of noise made, but there's Searson, nails the shot.
Searson, he's already on a double on this round. No one's watching it. Searson. Oh! Searson is on for the ace.
Searson in the window is smoked off. This is for the map. This is for the game. And he's waiting in the window. They have no idea. The smoke phase of this shot. He gets the kill. He gets him off the bomb. The pistol's out. The P250 might just save Big once again. And he's done it all on his own.
Finally goes down, it will fall to Searson, and he's hit some good shots. Very good shots, a double. Nork on ramp, he taps away, it's a good Julie double up, and he hits them both!
Searson here with the AWP, but he's putting on a bit of a show. A fast wrapping long is Hunter. The only man left, Searson.
Like right now, we just focus on CS. Like today, we visited the beach. I think it was already really nice, and maybe we will go to the statue. But for now, it's like only CS. Let's see how far we can go in there.
Yes, I think so, because Brazilian really loves to, when he wants to support some team, doesn't matter what are they watching or what are they supporting, he will push his heart on it and he will support as much as he can.
Well, we've had one-sided scorelines all day, but this one, I think the building's much happier about. Furia arrive in this major with a bang. It's 12-3 over Big. They may not have won the pistol, but they won just about everything else bar one round.
No, but it's great seeing this out of Furia, considering they're the ones that are going to have to carry the crown for the region, for Brazil at this event. The #1 team, playoff aspirations for Furia, and it's good to see them get started right on day one. What a massive, dominant lead. Big won the pistol in round 2, and then barely anything after that. It was just complete lockdown defense from Furia. Switching sides. And we'll see what Big can bring to the table on their own CT side. Dualies on Sin and Crimbo.
Safe in tow with his teammates. Yuri leading the way, leaving a wake of Crimbo behind him as he gets taken down. A headshot on the Glock. Tapson still trying to play the bomb boxes, but knows they're encroaching on his right side as well. Oh my goodness, he's got the headshot lineup. He found 3 on that? That's utterly ridiculous. He's not done there either. No one elected to push through the smoke and flank him because they weren't sure if there was other CTs, and they give him something easy to shoot at. Not done yet though. Quesarado, another chance to clutch. He came so close in the one-on-one against Searson, and he'll immediately switch over to the USP. A smoke to work with still, but the bomb is down and not planted. He needs headshots at range. He spotted both already, but he's hoping they'll give him one-on-ones. He wide peeks to the first, knows that's going to bait Sin out to the left side, expecting that he'd have more to fire at. In case Cerrado not done there, now has the HP advantage as he looks to push Kinto back.
Oh my lord.
He's done that as well.
Big just gave him every single fight he wanted at range. Able to stay in cover, able to isolate behind those sandbags, and all the work Tapson just did gone to waste. Look, Furia played this just about perfectly. That is an incredible play from Tapson. Don't take anything away from him, but what a brilliant clutch. And that is just gonna add to the frustration. And nothing can go wrong for Furia. 10-round lead now.
Shots towards Sin through the boards, drop. Shots towards smoke again as the anticipated aggression is wanting to be countered. There isn't anyone there just yet though. Smoke again for Quesarado. Now they'll start to try and take the site and push back the CTs. Little to know they've already done that. Here's the one way you talked about, Jason. They got shut down when Big tried it on their T-half. Quesarado was the one that got the 2 kills through the smoke. He's the one that dies this time to Tapson.
Same thing happened. Drop's lucky to be alive as well. This is a huge advantage for Big now. They could just turn this round in their favor immediately. 5-on-4, drops at 2 HP. Art's just below half health. So many advantages over towards Big at the moment. Let's see what Art can do with the AK-47. Looking to give a haircut out. Good shot from Tapson. The SMG's got 2 kills.
Good crossfire established as well inside sight. Tapson down though, that takes one part of it out. Sin is still taking aggro though. Good flash in. Steve expected it, back turned around the wall but couldn't get the aim fast enough. And Yuri, the shot back, Searson's gonna get the nade into drop. All down to a 48 HP, Yuri against 3. And Sin knows he needs to just continue playing the headshot angle with only 9 HP, but this round's gonna be stolen from them.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's gonna be 13-4, no chance. Don't overcommit this one. They're both inside of the site. Searson's got the shot.
Yeah, that's well done. Nice defense from Big, and Furia getting a little bit creative over that smoke. They get punished for it against the weaker weapons, trying to bust out some trickery. That'll be a small sigh of relief for Big, as it's still a long road back into this game. 9-round deficit, but Tapson's going to deliver them a good performance with the SMG. And for Furia, it's back to Tech 9s. Upgraded pistols, armor, utility to challenge against the M4s and the scout on Searson.
Oh, fast start again. Queserado has Sin down. He wasn't expecting that many Tech 9s staring at him when he peered over the ledge toward the stairs. Tapson, though, is on top of the window. He'll make no mistake. His Crimbo, and he collect kills to redeem the situation. Bomb not planted yet. They want to try and get that down to get more money, and I think they will. Queserado's sticking it. Oh, he's not. I thought he was sticking that. I think he could have. I think he could have got away with that. Instead, they'll get very little for the round.
Yeah, he thought the retake was coming in a little bit earlier, so he wanted to fight with his teammates, so got off the bomb. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a mistake, but no big deal at the end of the day. Good win from Big, good recovery, because that pace, that speed in the opening kill could have been very, very dangerous. That is sometimes where Furia thrives. Blowing the crowd a kiss. It includes all of you at home watching. Thank you for tuning into the Rio Major. We're excited to embark on this 2-week journey with all of you.
Yeah, this is day 1. It's gonna get absolutely wild as we get toward the finals stage. Quito with 2. Easy collection so far. Bomb down, careful in the lineup there, boys. Searson's got the shot in return, and he's not done there. Goes to the 5-7 of all things to take out Queserado, and it's just Art remaining. 28, and any bullets will do. Just need to find him, and they will. Crimbo jumps up, spots him. 13-6 now.
Yeah, but guns are coming out for Furia. And in the first half, this is where it all went south for Big. When Furia had the weapons and the AK-47 and the money behind him. Timeout taken from Furia. They're first. They're just going to talk things over, make sure they're on the same page for these gun rounds. Gabi trying to get his team fired up moving forward to start mounting this comeback. They're 7 rounds away from Furia at the moment. Round 20. AK-47s and a MAC-10 on Art. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Art go for some really fast scaffolding control, maybe towards B stairs control, actually, as we see him come out of spawn as well.
See what they find. Kiddo's the one that wants to peek on this. Art already in behind the smoke, though. MAC-10 towards Scaff. He's going to put a few pre-fired shots into that position. Ooh. Yuri, okay. Was that a true 1G?
I think that was a full-blown 100% 1G.
I think that literally was, chat. This time you're actually going to be right. Kiddo's going to take down safe. Smoke off the bomb on this as well as Searson goes back out. Easy duel for him against Drop, who was not anticipating it. And this was a gun round. Furia has been most successful on the gun rounds in this equation by a landslide, but now starting to struggle ever so slightly. 13-7 looking likely.
I'm very curious on how that actually happened.
I think he was blind in the edge of the smoke, but I didn't see the start of it. Yeah, I think so, but I have to see the start of it.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a long time that Queserado has to try and save this AK-47. 28 HP in a 1v3 with a minute on the clock as he tucks himself on the upper levels of T-spawn. And for Big, no reason to hunt or chase. No need to overextend with the bomb down, and want to keep 3 players alive and the money growing moving forward. So 13-7 is going to be the scoreline.
$13-7 and
4 straight.
Well, and I was going to say 4 straight and no money more than anything for Furia. The first time since the opening pistol that they've had to sit on the back foot of this one.
Yeah, they're going to get $2,900, but that's not really enough to go for any kind of a full buy. So I think it'll be another round where you drop down around this AK-47, some Tech-9 and armor, some Deagles as well, some elements of danger. See if you can find another fast-paced opening pick like you did previously, but maybe that AK-47 being added into the arsenal can help you kind of turn the corner and really capitalize on it. Comes to a close. K-Serato has no pressure applied to him. 18 kills, 8 deaths for K-Serato to lead the way for Furia. Yuri is not far behind at 17. Searson, top of the scoreboard for Big with 16 frags himself. That's a weird one. Okay, yeah, blinded. Oh, he didn't make the jump. I don't think it would have mattered. That's still burning the sandbags.
Yeah, it's burning on the other side. So that's not yeah. I would be a little disappointed.
He's like, everybody saw that. Oh, dear.
Welcome to the major, Yuri. That's not how to get a graffiti. Mind you, we haven't had a graffiti since 2017. So.
But I think it would be cool to start getting graffitis for bloopers. Let's start celebrating the bad plays as well.
I wouldn't want to play this map again if I had to look at that all the time if I did something silly. This is going to be a push that might have success because I didn't think they were staring it down. They're going to get both the Mac 10 Tech-9 combo, but the low HP and it taps into tap back. Art left on 6 HP gives them the man advantage on the Furia side, but you can argue whether or not it truly is, considering they just have the 1 AK to work with.
And that causes a huge rotation because of the way those 2 kills came out so quickly and in the position they were. That causes such a movement of Big's defense that Furia, with low weapons, they're going to take a risk. They can bait safe. He's got no armor and a Glock, and now they pushed up towards Jen. K-Serato spots out Crimbo. Molotov out is going to be late to stop the plant. And he's under so much pressure. Great flash, but a better trade.
Oh, maybe. Not only a better trade, he follows that up and gets Sin all on Tabson around potentially stolen back. I said they weren't going to have guns this time. That's how they lost the lead in this half. That's how they're going to steal it back. An eco and a force against Big to make it 14-7.
And there's K-Serato capitalizing on the save. It's exactly as we talked about. The Tech-9, the Mac-10 provide the opening, and this time you've got a more powerful weapon to actually capitalize on it. Great double kill from K-Serato. Beautiful headshot onto Sin, who's just trying to get involved in the action.
A bit optimistic by Crimbo as well. He knew there was a closer player, but on that peak you could see he just left himself completely exposed and vulnerable to the front of the site. Glass is evil, get rid of it all.
So is Sand.
Yeah, yes. So
yes.
Sand inside of an hourglass is probably the worst thing ever for you.
Yeah, it's horrifying. Oh, the Mac-10. What a great aggressive lurk from Art, but oh, the fact that he can't get that kill is painful.
Searson is low on this. That means he's committed. It means after the shot, he's got to run back, and he knows, oh, that's brilliant. You know he's going to run up the ramp, so you get on the bags. That way you catch him no matter where he goes, and the second player flees slow. Great communication on the trade from Furia. Kiddo's forced way back on this. Taps in as well. They can play the heaven position, but the smokes are already down. And this is looking more and more like a pretty much definitive bomb plant.
Yeah, but this is where Art wishes he would have gotten that kill in middle, because he could be there lurking to slow down these rotations. And now it's a little bit more of resistance before this bomb gets planted. Everyone from Big is here.
Oh, and he's blind, which means he's off to the side. His head's exposed. That smoke's got about 4 seconds left on it. He's going to be left to fight, and fight is the only thing he'll be able to do when he stands up. K-Serato goes inside of a second smoke that was deployed to try and get him away from the aggression, but he's found. They figured it out because they didn't see him retreating. And Drop is left against 2, baited out by the flash and smoke as well. And it's now going to be 14-8. They respond immediately to Big.
Yeah, I think that's all down to the missed opportunity from Art in my mind. It's not having that kill. You got everything you wanted. You got the blind kill. You got the aggressive positioning. Not to have that extra frag, but also the rotation from Big is so much faster once they realized that, you know, Art had to back away from that fight. Everyone from Big was here before this bomb gets planted. And able to start a little bit of a retake before the bomb actually gets completed going down. The Big is up to 8, 6 rounds back. Furia just 2 rounds away from starting their IEM Rio campaign with a victory.
Getting into the 1-0 bracket, we know Mouse Sports already there. Gamer Legion, as we saw on our stream. Flash in, Drop's gonna go. He's gonna get taken out by Sin, who doubles on that. Looked like he was actually gonna be outdone based on the timing of the entry, but gets away. And not even blinded in that, so the flash didn't quite go deep enough to cover off default.
Furia is dedicated here, though. It's got to be this hit. Safe is way deep. K Serrato's there as well. Yuri is actually very far back with the bomb, watching the flank. They don't have to commit to the site itself, but at the moment, this aggression and these players are going to provide everything for Furia.
Patience for Safe, and Kiddo walked into it. Brings it back to a 3-on-3. Bomb is not exactly committed yet, back on the stairs, but waiting for the next pick, and that will determine its course of action in this round. And Crimbo's waiting for it as well. He doesn't want to be the one to give this up. Good secondary smoke allows the cross to go further. Up on top of the boxes, needs to be careful about close. Good damage, followed up, K Serrato. He capitalizes, Yuri trades on Crimbo, and now the bomb can go down. Safe with a Molotov as well toward the window, and Searson with an AWP has to rotate over, or it will be map points for the Brazilians.
Yo, this round has been put together beautifully by Furia. The pause at the top of the stairs. Safe has done such an incredible job. Oh, they deserve the victory on this one. And Searson, half HP. Does he want to go for a 1v2?
He's getting closer. He's going to give this a look. No one peeking, and if he walks in between them, he's going to get caught. Safe's going to peek it when he was looking away. Map point, Furia.
That round is so disgusting from Furia. That's such a hard round to stop, even with an advantage. The positioning from Safe and K Serrato was so strong. I mean, Safe is just able to hold this angle. He knows someone's going to have to come back for stronger positioning, for information. It's played so perfectly. And Furia have 7 chances to close out the map, and Big have no money remaining.
Shot, CZ takes Art down to 23, so frustratingly, he'll play the rounds limping as they got away with that inside the smoke, so there was no chance to see them in response. And Searson knows that damage was there, so tries to peek out and capitalize.
I'm very impressed with Safe's opping today. In this map, it's been nothing jaw-dropping, nothing that's going to make any kind of crazy highlight reel or frag movie, but it's been impactful. It's been smart. And he's delivered in some critical moments.
Safe gone. Crimbo as well, the pistols again. Furia with a chance to close this, and they're getting picked apart. Yuri manages to get one back at least. Deep smoke, but a second player up close may catch him out. K Serrato on the lurk. Sin's got hit with the MP9 just based on timing, and Yuri fades off smartly, and he spotted Crimbo. He saw him at the bags. Problem is, he knows he can't go that wide without checking inside the site. Crimbo gets the timing to perfection. It's all on to Art. That 23 HP from the start of the round. 17 seconds. We're going again. Hit reset. We've got one more round at least.
This may be one of the criticisms you could levy at Furia in this game, is especially in the second half. A couple of these anti-force buy, anti-eco, anti-low buy rounds that they've had against the Pistols, they've like almost, it's weird, they almost seem like more confident and more aggressive and more assertive against rifles, and once it's against the Pistols, it seems like they kind of slow things down. They don't swing as much, they're a little bit more worried, a little bit more timid. That's allowed some of these 5-7s, especially in this round, to do some work. Nice boost up as well. Give some credit over there. 15-9. Timeout is called by Big, their third of the game. As they know this is something they have to build upon, obviously, or else the map is done with. Trying to talk and converse about what they've seen so far in this second half, about how they want to position themselves and what they want to deny to Furia in this round, because they've got money back in their hands, they've got utility back in their hands. They are missing the AWP on Searson, but plenty of tools to negate any of Furia's plays.
I thought Godby was on the stage, not in the crowd. Oh, geez, that guy bottom left looked just like him. Drop already around from middle. Searson's behind the bags, jumps down as the flash went out. He's actually going to be an element of surprise then, because they would have thought they cleared that. Now they know they can't go for the boost. He's already seen it, forces them off the angle. Searson wants more of that as well. He's going to try and chase them all the way around toward the elevators.
spam through a little bit of damage on Akito. 15-9. Akito's just going to look for information before he commits to anything. Low utility on both sides. Both teams running out of nades at the 1 minute mark.
Searson back in. Drop was waiting. Huge kill to find on the aggression from Big as they were desperate to get some information. Safe holding the angle as well at the sandbags, and Kiddo anti-flash and looking at the sliver, the gap toward the right side of the ramp from his perspective. There's the flash in. Didn't spot anyone with it though, because in that exact moment Furia had gone back, so he might be a bit surprised that Art's this close. No, seemingly not. Plays the off angle for it.
Shown some presence and back to the B bomb site. Now, neither team has had success looking over the smoke. The boost ups have been negated twice. And there it is again, right through. Crimbo knows what's coming. He knows the potential and the possibility, and Drop was exposed to it.
In. Good find. Safe though, traded immediately, finding him in the corner. Tapson's all that left has defense in the site directly, but Kiddo's on the flank already. He'll deny the bomb plant. And Safe has to go aggressively back toward him. He can't do it. Tapson puts Big onto double digits.
Oh boy, but that's close. That's dangerous for Big. You're going to be very worried about that round. 5 rounds back now for Big. And Furia, they're the ones running low on funds. Imperial fans anxiously waiting. The next game that's going to be casted on this main stream is going to be Vitality taking on Imperial.
Man, oh man, Fallen on a stage he helped build. No doubt about it, will get to play in front of his fans again, as with Fur, and FNX coaching them as well, which is interesting enough. Art's going quickly. Not a surprise to see him be the aggressor, and he's inside a spawn up on top of an off angle.
They heard the footsteps from Tapson on the rotation as well, so they know exactly where he's going to be coming from.
And there's 2 players. Oh, but look at this. Crimbo's called it back. This denies it all. Because if Crimbo doesn't come over, they go 1-for-1 on Tapson in the worst situation in that occasion, because the Tech-9 goes down. But then the Mac-10, oh, they don't know there's another. Safe. Just needs to hit the headshots with it, closes the gap, nails it, and he goes to the Tech-9 rather than the reload because he knows there was another player towards CT. Searson, meanwhile, back over to find Yuri, and Safe has been taken down looking for an M4 instead.
K-Serrano's going to do this, though. I think Big have lost track of the numbers as well. You would have never expected a 3rd player in middle. You'll never expect K-Serrano, a 2nd player coming up here.
He may have been a step too late to take advantage of that,
however.
Yeah,
he was, for
because they've rotated off. That means they keep 2 alive. He could have caught Searson for free, and with no call yet for Sin, Searson now comes back for direct engagement. So a bomb plant, sure, but it'll be a 2-man retake, and they will be coordinated in doing so. Kit for Sin, smoke as well. And Searson on the AWP will just bide his time waiting for his teammate to get there.
This is going to be such a tough round for K-Serrano to win. He can do it. He's got no armor in the FAMAS as well, weaker weapon, but how does he want to play it?
Crowd gets loud. Try and cheer him across the line. Smoke off front of the site. And they're searching, but they're not finding. Not finding until now, overpeaking. Sin's got the kill instead. 3 in a row for Big, and it stays alive.
Yeah, there were a couple timings that might have given him the opportunity. You mentioned the first missed one as he kind of followed up on the play up. Scaffolding was a little bit slow to catch Searson falling back, and then there he missed the timing to catch Searson transferring over to the default boxes. 15-11, but the plant's going to help out. Again, just another extremely dangerous round. This is twice now Furia has been able to get some aggressive lurks in towards mid, but not have the impact that they'd like out of it. 4 more opportunities for Furia. I wouldn't say this is slipping out of their grasp just yet, but it's almost there.
Well, they can at least be confident and reside in the fact that they've already got overtime secured. So all of these rounds are only consolation for Big if they get 1 more. That's all they need. Searson, Crimbo, both with kills so far. Missed shot from the AWP. That allows both K-Serrano and Safe to get around the corner, but he's not safe in this case, K-Serrano, as he backs off on this. However, Searson needs to be quick. If he lets Safe go too far on this, he's going to find Sin. He does get at least the trade. Bomb goes down, and it's all onto Yuri. And I think this is the 12th round for Big.
I think that's Furia saying, look, we've been able to get mid. Art saying, guys, I've gotten to CT spawn twice now with like a Mac-10. We had players in position with the Tech-9. There's space in mid that we can capitalize on. Let's do it with guns because the opportunity is there. Unfortunately, some fine shooting from Searson. A triple kill with the AWP. Denies any capitalization on that idea. 15-12. And round 28 Furia is going to have to play smart with their money at this stage. They're going to drop down to some Tech 9s. A few players have money for rifles, but they want to keep enough cash in the bank moving forward.
Reserved cheering on that side of the stage for Big, as they know they still have to dig themselves out of this one. Aggressive. Searson going for the safe pick that he went, or rather spaced in the first half. Close corner, Kiddo's in behind bag, solo swings to the wide side. No one close enough to re-peek if it's safe does. He goes up on top of the bags to get the angle instead. Mac 10 from that range can't do much.
It's gotten information. He said, I dinked one player at the boxes and I know where the op is as well.
And Tapson's tagged to 17 on this, so safety.
Oh my lord.
Yep, closer to death apparently. Tapson absolutely nails the shot on the M4.
The goal to take that peak as well with that kind of HP. What a shot from Tapson. Sin's gonna grab another one through smoke, and Quesarado left in a 1v4, 23 frags on him, but these 4 kills would be so difficult to find. He's got time.
He's in an interesting position as well. He might just choose to sit here.
They have the full losing bonus, so the plant isn't the most important thing in the world. He can actually go for this, and he can go for kills as well. Look at the money for Big. If he gets a few kills, it would be devastating, but it's not gonna happen. Searson shuts him down. 2 more chances for Fury to close this out, and you can start seeing people getting a little nervous in the crowd.
And rightfully so, yeah. Pulling this all the way back. If this goes to overtime, if Furia don't win this in front of the stage, oh man, the heartbreak and disappointment, no doubt. Searson, good shot. You're right, he's looked solid in this game, and absolutely the frustration is starting to set in.
Second timeout for Furia taken. It's awesome seeing Big not go down without a fight, especially after a devastating first half. It was 12-3 at the break in the favor of Furia. And they won the pistol round in the second half. This has been a phenomenal comeback from Big, but it all goes to waste if they lose one of these last 2 rounds.
Kiddo wants the pick close, but the smokes go down. That'll slow the take. Still have to arc toward the scaffolding. Oh, Yuri. I don't even think Kiddo saw him. He just fired at it. It was a preset piece, and then he realized he was doing damage and kept it going. So another early pick again for Big. Kiddo doubling up. And Yuri on Quesarado. This is a slaughter. Where's Furia?
Yeah,
we're going to round 30. Look at Big, and now the crowd is absolutely silent.
Yeah, and now Furia could have used a plant because they're all sitting around 3,400, 3,500 bucks, and Furia's just faded away in these past few rounds.
Shut down on ramp as well, over and over.
This has been 6 in a row for Big's defense. 7 in a row takes him to overtime.
Yeah, there it is, little taunting. We know that's going to happen at this event. We know there's a few people that are going to play the nemesis.
Absolutely.
Antagonize the crowd and try and bait them into it.
Well, one final chance, one final round. It was 15-8 at one point. Excuse me, 15-7.
Yeah, there's certainly some people in the crowd that, despite the cheers coming back out, look pretty nervous. Oh, fast made. Damage onto Art and safe in that position. Limited weapons to try and close this. Not the position that they would have expected to find themselves in on the Furia side. Smoke again toward the stairs. No one's going to go for the railing boost this time, as Drop will check out over and toward the catwalk instead.
They've had success at the B bomb site. They might want to go back to it here because they've been shut down at ramp. They've been shut down at middle now. This might be a round you just kind of have to, just by process of elimination. Say test the B bomb site. Drop in case Quesarado starting to challenge, starting to move forward, but a third player has arrived. Tapson in support.
Sin, perfect timing. Came straight in. The flash came from Tapson, and he didn't slow down at all. Quesarado was close, though, and he knows he's got to be toward double, but a Molotov's going to force the position. Does he have enough safety in this? Oh, steps back, though. I don't think he needed to. I think he just needed to wait in this situation. The fact that he stepped back gave his position away. This is going to go to overtime. Oh, yeah. Quesarado on 34 HP is going to get taken down right now, and they couldn't close it. Bigger back, and we need extra innings.
I cannot believe that Furia have allowed this to happen. They disappeared. Furia, They get bodied by Big in the later stages of this half, and it was 8 in a row to bring us to overtime. We're off to a break, and we'll be right back with OT.
That could be a problem for Stewie. Burning, he's got to get the pod.
Oh, he's a madman. We see the consistent aggression. Art with a third, and he's hungry for more. Oh, it's a collateral Zephyr and Leaf taking in one shot. Art is nuts.
We did not expect to find ourselves here. 57 for Furia. They had every chance, 8 in fact, to close out this game, but they couldn't do it. And Big silenced the auditorium in Brazil. Man, oh man, it's going to be tough now. If you thought the momentum was finally there, the first two Brazilian teams, 9Z, well, South American teams, 9Z get blown out, 0-0 Nation get blown out, Furia finally get the crowd on their feet, and now this is the complete opposite, because now they're scared of this crowd. Now they're scared and dealing with this pressure that they didn't have in this game.
Yeah, this comeback really crept up on me. I did not see it. I didn't even really believe in it until it actually was completed. That's so crazy. What a good performance from Big. Searson gonna challenge around the smoke, blinded, but plenty of time to recover and snap onto safe.
Finding that shot, good timing.
You're exactly right too. As much as we've mentioned how crazy this crowd has been all day long, boy, has it been tempered. Has it been shut down here by Big.
And Tabson has a great chance to shut down more than that because low HP, he went for the high HP player first. Typically, you convert that, but good shot in response from Art. The damage sufficient enough to keep this close in case Serrato needs another huge round. 23 kills so far, but Kiddo's gotten Yuri down.
And this is a CT-sided game. 12-3 for both teams on their defensive halves as well. I can't even recall exactly what Furia was doing to find success in regulation. especially considering how much they were shut down towards the end. That's a nice find from K-Serrato.
Art's on 14. K-Serrato needs the next kill. Art's just waiting at this point down below to make sure there's no flank. He's letting K-Serrato do all of the work. Remember, this is a Valve major. Just like the road to Rio, we sit with 10K overtime money, not 12.5. You might be used to in most of the other leagues, so losing 2 straight in overtime will
on the
put you
CT
into
side
a save.
especially.
K-Serrato starts his way forward. He's still going to go. Art can start to get behind him now because he's cleared at least far enough forward that they should be able to get to a bomb plant. But oh my God, Crimbo, so close on this. Shadow goes the other direction. K-Serrato, good snap down, 37 HP left. Searson gets up in the window, and K-Serrato wasn't positioned to combat that. You thought that he might swing, that he might try and be aggressive and allow that bomb to get into position, but luckily it just got planted in time. And he fades off. He's trying to play. This is a tough position to play both angles with the boxes to defend him. And he has absolutely no information as to where they're coming from. Now the flash comes in. Certainly they're going to work it together. Starts it out. Kiddo kick. Close it. It's going to be the shot back out. It's going to be the first in overtime to Big.
Yeah, that was a really nice 2v1 for Big to play as well. I mean, even if he gets that kill, I think he's traded off by the player swinging wide around Gem. So that's huge. 16-15 in the favor of Big. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Respect. Respect to that lady for bringing the big flag into Brazil's house.
You love to see it. Keep it respectful out there, but the passion's got to be there for everybody, right? There's going to be a lot of teams that have fans here that aren't Brazilian as well. You've got to consider. I mean, think of how, I know, yes, he's playing in the show match, thankfully, but think of how popular Olaf was in Brazil. Guys like Stewie and Tarek, again, I know, not here, but they have respect for some of the top players, so you'll see some other teams getting some representation inevitably. And there's always, even within Brazil, there'll be that 1 or 2 people that like to troll. There's a guy at the Toronto that has a jersey for every other single team in the National Hockey League and season tickets to Toronto Maple Leafs games just to show up and cheer against them.
I like that. Good for him.
Searson, another opener. K-Serrato this time, though, is going to get one back. So they level it, and Art's going to give them the advantage. Finally, something to work with
for
the Furia side.
Yeah, they needed it. They needed some energy. Those are important kills. Now can they capitalize? There's the little one-way smoke to peer over the top. Crimbo's going to slide into a new position. Not challenged whatsoever, so the defense has not shifted. It's split. Crimbo at B, Tapson in middle, Searson at A on his lonesome with 26 health. And Tapson is sliding towards the B bomb site as well, so more and more Searson is isolated.
Nade out for Yuri. Searson's ahead of that. Ahead of it. Oh, but too far ahead of the thought because he swung out looking wide and they were already much closer. Drop's got the kill. Bomb to be planted. A 4-on-2. And they won the first round in overtime, so they can justify going for this. No need economically to sit back otherwise. And Tapson will start his way in. Shots against the wide side of the smoke. And it's Crimbo that waits it out. Has to play the off angle from lobby. Furia want to tie this back. Their first round in 9. Or I should say in 10, excuse me, having lost 9 in a row. Crimbo's going to put K-Serrato down, though. It's not done yet. The smoke's on this. They can hold it. Yuri's close, but he needs to read it, and he does.
Well struck from Furia. They needed it. First round in a long time, as you mentioned. And for such a defensive struggle, it's so critical to get a T-sided round in overtime. Beautiful kills from K-Serrato and Art in the middle of the round to really open up the opportunity. And well done from Furia to readjust on the map back towards A. 16-16.
Smoke out, flash, taps him, wants to be quick on it this time. No vision, but fires either way. No damage, though. Drop is on 42. That's from utility. K-Serrato. So they've resorted back toward picks on the Furia side.
Yuri and Art are moving up A ramp right now. Art's going to challenge towards scaffolding. There's a 2-player boost here. We've seen some very effective rounds delivered by opening kills from the boost. K-Serrato looking for someone to get cheeky. Still taps in and Tito. Yeah, he does. That might actually, that's way back at the B bomb site, but still the stack has not been discovered. There it is. That's a real deep angle to find it. That's the second time that Boost has had success.
Huge flash though. Tabson still got that kill. He was fully blind. Yuri's now in no man's land because they would have expected they cleared the half wall. They didn't. And it catches them out because Tabson hit a sitter with a blind eye. He makes no mistake on it. In case Serrato left in 4, they know he's got to be coming in this direction. He'll find one, but they'll be overwhelming his position. And they'll lead to Furia at the first half of overtime. Excuse me, to Big at the first half of overtime.
17-16, 2-1 in the first half of OT. We switch sides. 19 is the magic number. Furia would need all 3 on the CT side, and that is not outside the realm of possibility, considering the way the CT half went. In fact, 2 of Big's round wins on their own offensive half in regulation was the pistol round in the second round. They only actually got 1 gun round on the board throughout the rest of the half. Let's see if Furia can go back and channel those rounds that were all so long ago. Up in the hands of Safe. Same with Searson on the other side.
One's off. Toward the close corner on the ramp. Strength in numbers toward the B stairs. Okay, Serrato with the counter incendiary to keep them back, and a nade will be deployed on top of it potentially. In fact, he goes for the smoke instead as the flames have already extinguished. Now the execution to clear the close angles, and that's why the nade goes through, because he knows they're going to walk into it. That one does great damage.
And back in regulation, the B bomb site was entirely closed to Big. It was such a strong defense at the top of those stairs, and I think once again I think that's a little bit of PTSD. They're reminded of how often they got shut down with absolutely no step forward in that part of the map. So back towards A. It's drop Yuri and Art to defend.
2-man stack at the crane. Gives them a slightly deeper headshot angle. Gonna go. Nade's there. They see the close one, but they want the far shot instead. Dropping off. Dart. Oh no, Yuri. Yuri needed to get that kill. Art's gone. If they're gonna wrap around, the call was there that Sin was approaching, and he's gone further than that. He's gotten Safe down as well. It's all on Case Serrato once more, rotating back over from the B site.
I cannot believe they have come back in this round. This could be so painful for Furia. To think a 12-3 lead after the first half.
I don't know how you deal with it. I really don't. I mean, this is your moment. You're the top Brazilian team. You're at home in a major. You're going 0-1 for them. It's way too dangerous. Outsiders already down in that bracket as well. Oh.
That says it all as well. That says everything. It's all come crumbling down for Furia.
I'm just going to save the AWP. CT side problems with the money. This is a point for Big. 18-18 will go to double overtime. If they hit that 19th round, we are done. How have Big pulled this off? Wow. Resilience as well in front of this crowd.
At this point, it's whatever you can do if you're the crowd. You know they need to pick me up. It's been what, like, it was 7 or 8 rounds in a row for Big to force overtime. There's only been a single round 1 for Furia in like, what, 10, 11, 12
More than
rounds
that,
now?
I mean, it was 15-7, and they've gotten 1 in the time, well, yeah, in 11
Let's not
rounds.
do the maths, but this
No,
is...
it's 11 rounds. They've got 1 in the last 12.
It's what a collapse of epic proportions, and a timeout taken as well to talk things over. Furia had what, 8 rounds to close out in regulation. Big has 2 here in overtime. I don't even know what to say about this one.
The problem is this is such a mental giant to go against now.
You can write off 9Z and Double O Nation losses as blowouts, but this one, to have it so close, to have it basically there and then ripped out of your hands.
I don't know, that's not the mentality that Furia needs to be facing coming into this major. They need to be confident from the off.
This is a big team with a stand-in as well. Searson over the smoke is going to see nothing.
For the floor molly again. Lands on the vents and the flames spread through. Kiddo for one. Truthfully, I would have liked to have seen that patched before we got to this major, but it exists and everyone knows about it.
4-on-4. Smoke and a flashbang left for Furia for the final minute of this round. Safe and Yuri to defend today. Drop is just shifting over now. He's done a phenomenal job in support of all of his teammates. He's been in the right place at the right time a number of times on their CT side.
Sin and Grimbo starting to take toward mid.
They've got time. Tapson and Searson are being loud about this. They're making footsteps, they're throwing utility, they're keeping attention on a ramp, which is creating this space. Add in the kill, and Big has everything they want. This backstab is going to be devastating. This is a knockout punch.
Drop was good in this situation in the first half, but you're absolutely right. No idea that Sin was closing in, and the jaws of death have been closed on the site. Do they know that Safe is over towards Scab? He's got the first. Absolutely they do. He swings out. Sin's got that shot as well. And once again, it's Quesarado, or this is going to be a complete blunder. A falter from Furia. And Big will have stolen back this game to silence and stun the home crowd. And this will be tough for Furia to recover from. Remember, we redraw today. They have to play twice, and I don't know how you compose yourself after starting out your home major like this. Wow, he might pull this off. They're going to swing wide. They've got him. They've got him, and it's over. Big complete the impossible. They come back with an incredible amount of rounds. 12 to beat out Furia, who managed 1 in that time.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I can't even believe it. I don't have words. Furia's debut ruined in Rio, and Big take a huge victory. I am stunned. I think Rio is stunned. I think Furia is stunned, but as you mentioned, it's time to recover. Off to a break. Heartbreak in overtime. We'll be back for the final match of this opening round of the Challenger stage.
Colete, filho. Boa. Sem colete é esse, cuidado do beco.
Não, não.
Ah, só um.
Muito, cacerado.
Ei.
Bom, mano, o que é isso?
Tem alemão.
Never did it for the fame, never did it for the game. When I picked up the mic, it made my whole world change. Started back in my bedroom with a double cassette. Had nothing to prove, no records to press. Never followed the trend, I just kept pursuing to be original. Like copy what everyone else is doing. Large in the charge, against all odds, I don't bite. And call that paying homage, I'm still doing it. Plugging my mic, sound check. It's gonna be another great night, come correct. Got heritage, whatever kid, I'm not work for hire. And through it all, I never lost my desire, no regrets. Part of me for being such a dreamer. All these memories keep giving me the fever. I'm red hot, cause good times don't last. And right now, I think I'm just stuck in the past, cause I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. Play back on the 8-track, rewind the tapes. Check the meters to make sure the levels are straight. Press record and catch this moment in time. Pay respect. respect to where it all began before the shine. Raw, authentic, cooked up and boiling. Mics get rusty, then it's time to oil them. Gotta plug them back in the decks and crown royal them. The good old days, the golden age. Recognize the difference between the fake and the realness. The wicked with the cool child, the whack and the illness. Eardrums are shot, and minds get into it. Make you hungry enough to swallow and not chew it. And your face got you hanging on a fat shoelace. You're a hip-hop fan, just trying to maintain. Attacking with my jungle tactics. I'm looking at you with my face on backwards, cause I don't follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. Don't follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't follow. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. Don't follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end, yeah.
Einer vorne da. Dann vielleicht kommen. Einer dann gleich kommen. Vielleicht in der Gap. Solo Geld rein. Wir können tauschen, wenn du willst. Dann vielleicht. Und vielleicht vor. Bleib hier. Okay. Und rein down. Fix. Auch hier, jetzt auch hier. Einer. Nice! Let's go! Let's go!
Now that truly was a tale of two halves and a little bit of OT sprinkled in on top of things. I would have totally forgiven you for thinking that this one was donezo for Big after a 12-3 first half, no less. Incredible fortitude for them to be getting back into things. Question is, Maniac, how on earth did they make that happen?
Oh, what a monumental collapse from the side of Furia. And I feel like this result defies all of the logics and narratives and dialogues we've said around this crowd, right? You have Furia in a 15-8 position with the crowd behind, with their powerhouse players kind of performing how they're supposed to. You have Yuri, you have Keserado, all the ingredients are in this together, and yet somehow they managed to let that one slip.
It's just incredible to witness the bounce back from Big, because we were coming into this saying, you know, at the showdown, on this very map, they faltered going into overtime. They tried to make it work. They really tried to bring it back versus Sangor. But the fact that we're not even coming in with a fully fledged Big, and I know you wanted to put Sin under the spotlight for this one as well, the fact that he was powering up coming into the later stages of the game, crucial for Big.
Yes, I think that the veterans on the side of Big bought enough time for the youngsters to show up. And we have Sursen here in M-High. I think he was great. I think he did what he was supposed to. Even when Big were losing, he was actually putting up frags on the board. But I want to focus on Kido a little bit. I think Kido was the main reason why they were able to snatch a couple of rounds, albeit suffering. And when these rounds get longer, when the game got longer, when the game lasted, this is when we started seeing Sin, we started seeing Cribbo. The veterans bought time for the youngsters to show up, bought time for them to actually warm up to the situation, to the occasion, and then have an impact. And they show the resilience that I don't believe a lot of people expected them to have.
Yeah, no, and that's totally fair enough. Sort of looking at some of Big's recent results, the fact that they're coming in not as their kind of full five-fledged roster as well. The fact that we got to see some Searson highlights as well. Huge storyline coming into things. He is the online king. He's super comfortable in his bedroom. We always say when he turns up to LAN, that's where he's really feeling the pressure.
True.
I love that he was able to withstand it here.
By no metric or no story was this supposed to happen. We said Big are going to play against the crowd. We say Searson is more comfortable in his own bedroom, but he's going to have thousands of people against him. We have a Big that's coming in, not even with the full roster, with two rookies, not even mentioning major experience, have little experience at the top level at all, and yet being put in a 15-8 situation, a deficit, we're able to bounce back. I don't think we grab how crazy this is, the comeback they've had.
Yeah, I think we need to get some words from the team themselves. And luckily we have Banks and Peacemaker down on the sidelines with Tabson.
Yes, we do have Tabson joining us as we scoot on over. And I think there's one thing I should start with here. Tabson, this heart, it's okay? We're good?
It's okay. Can be better.
That was an insane comeback, man. You're down 12-3, right? You've got, obviously, the whole crowd against you at that point. What was the conversation? What was the talking point after that first half within the team?
Yeah, I mean, it's always very rough to play against the crowd, especially in this kind of environment. The Brazilian crowd is just amazing. The passion for the teams they have is it's out of the world.
Yeah.
But like the conversation we had basically was, hey, nothing we can do. We need to shoot better. Let's get into the game. Let's try to do the best. And if they keep them flowing like that, you have no chance, basically. Everyone is doing the stuff they are supposed to do. They are just rushing us down. They are finding the holes, and it's really hard to play against them. But I'm really happy that we managed to come back somehow.
Lewis, I do love you, but I'm going to have to point this out. You made a pretty interesting tweet, you know? You thought it was all done. You pretty much cursed your boys.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say it like that, Thompson. You crushed a lot of hearts today, okay? but still, you know, I mean, I have to say, like, it was very impressive what you guys did, right? I mean, being down this bad against Brazilian crowd, as we talked about. And I just want to ask you, like, from a coaching perspective, like, you know, from God B, like, was there anything particular that you guys prepared to play against Furia, like, especially on that CT side? Because being down like that, even though you guys have the mental fortitude to, like, you know, yeah, let's come back and everything, but I'm sure, like, there was some kind of a good idea of, like, how they approach their T side and stuff like that. So I just want to ask you, like, about this. If there was anything coming from God B, you guys, how was the preparation?
The preparation was basically, hey, we need to be awake, we need to shoot. They are shooting very well as well, so we need to be awake to have a fight at least. Like, the preparation was first on the T side. We had some rounds prepared, obviously, for us, ourselves, but at the end, like, when we knew, oh, fuck, it's not working out, we threw it away. And somehow we tried to work it out, and I must say, Kito stepped up physically and also mentally wise a lot. He was hyping us up a lot, and he was really believing in us, and that was somehow the energy which we were missing in T side. But in the end, like as I said, as CT, we always knew, hey, we need to shoot, we need to be awake, we need to be the man, you know, like don't run away from the fights and stuff. So that's how we did it, and fortunately we also had good fights. Like Kito had multi-frags, Zerzon had multi-frags, I had some multi-kills, and we were slightly getting it. And always the communication was, for example, when the timeout came, like always, hey, only 4 rounds left, only 5 rounds left, and there always it was like the motivation we needed. Hey, it's getting closer and closer.
Now, realistically speaking though, right, at what point did you realize it was possible? I know you were always going to say, I believe the whole way, but at what point did you go, okay, we got this, we can do this?
Honestly, after we lost the pistol round, I was like, how did we lose that? Like, the round was already won, but somehow, I don't know, we needed to get a miracle, and it was like, I don't know, it was 13-8 or something, where Kito said, hey, come on guys, we need to step it up, and then somehow we managed to also win the fights on A, which were really important for us. And also we won the after plant on B, where Zafi died after the time, which was really important for us. And then after, I felt like, hey, the mentality is going on, we are ready to get this win and just to fight.
Well, you certainly did fight, and you did a great job at it. Tabson, congratulations on the win. We're going to keep things moving. We're going to get ourselves back to the desk.
Thank you very much for that one, James. Really great to get some in-depth insight from Tabson when it was such a monumental comeback. No less, against the home crowd as well. You could almost hear a pin drop when Big started to make that comeback in this arena.
Yeah, I was sitting in the audience, actually, towards the tail end of that game. I was listening to the crowd and listening to the reactions. Of course, they fell silent. Of course, this wasn't what they wanted to see, but Big don't care. They don't give a damn about it. Yeah. They just wanted to get the W, and I think this might just be the best possible way for Big to kickstart their major, a comeback, huge comeback, avoiding the 0-1 setup, beating the home crowd. That's all they need.
And despite, you know, the side of Furia, Quesarado and Yuri combining for so many multi-kills in that first half as well. That two-pronged approach, I thought that was going to be finito for the side of Big.
Yeah, all the win conditions were here. Like, we're trying to set the scene. Talked about like the heavy hitters of Furia having to show up. They did beautifully on the first half. Quesarado was looking the B side, Yuri was looking the A side. I think Furia got a little messy, maybe ahead of themselves in a couple of these situations where they had the lead. And you know how it is in Counter-Strike. If you lose a stupid round at 14-5, 14-6, you might live down to regret it.
Well, things haven't been looking the brightest for the Brazilian sides coming into things, but one more chance for redemption in these opening matchups, and it's the heavy hitters coming in hot. It's going to be Imperial taking on Vitality in our final opening matchup here of the A stream. You don't want to miss it.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Signs of life with Vitality, okay? Led by Zywoo right now, potentially going to be the #1 player of the year. It's actually possible. You wouldn't believe it if you were watching the last 4 and you skipped this one. Think, oh, Simple's definitely going to take it. That might not be the case. And not only that, it might be a chance for him and Vitality to both win their very first major. And I don't say that lightly. These are 3 teams, FaZe, Na'Vi, Vitality, that could all reasonably make it happen, and he is in the best form of his life. There is a lot on the line for the Vitality camp after picking up Spinks and having such a great couple of months with him. But there are also some dangerous signs. Spinks has gone missing in a couple of big matches, and that's something that I want to watch for. We know he's good enough, but can he stand to the pressure?
Like it's just a normal tournament so far, but I think the pressure maybe will come when you stand in front of the crowd. But so far, yeah, like of course it's a major. We put all the practice and time for it, but I don't feel the pressure yet.
Okay, who wants to go first?
You start, Matu? I can start, yeah. It's fine.
Any strategy?
Kick the ball, and yeah, this is my main strategy.
Close his eyes, like in
yeah,
CS.
I'm gonna do
Yeah. It's just you and the monitor, right? Yeah. We're really, yeah, go for it. Well, we really backed up for this one. Oh my God, that's the #1 player in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
To ensure their death. Love it. But do they lose the sight while he's gone? Because he's created a timing that Complexity have just slipped into. And what if they play for the opposite sides of bathrooms? What if Fang puts this down for Bank? He's gonna get tagged. They press through smoke. They're trying to force the issue. Fang goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, roll out the red carpet. Imperial are going to Rio.
The hallmark matchup of this opening round, the romantic in me cannot help but get excited about the prospect of Imperial taking on Vitality. So much veterancy, so much history. And when you think about it, Matthew, hell of a lot of major trophies being entered into the server today.
There's a whole lot of Counter-Strike history on the server, Freya. You are absolutely correct. We have here the images of Imperial's comeback during the road to Rio. They had their backs against the wall. They had to win 4 best-of-3s in a row just to be here in Rio. They had to fight tooth and nail, sweat, tears and blood to make it here. But now, I think the Brazilian narrative has been kind of rained on in these first 3 games. Do we think we have a chance here to get excited about the Brazil, or is it just going to be a library again?
I mean, guys, we could see that ZywOo was pretty good in soccer, and I'm just going to say, like, let's hope he's not as good on the server today, because, like, this crowd deserves some kind of a...
You think they deserve a win now?
They deserve a win right now. Come on, guys.
Yeah, they deserve some reparations indeed. I do want to cast our mind back to exactly what we just saw on our screens, what you were alluding to how Imperial managed to make it here. So much fortitude, particularly when they were coming into that series versus complexity. Everybody was saying, you know, that hearts were rooting for Imperial being Brazil's first ever major, but the heads, it should have been going complexity's way. How on earth do we see Imperial being in here today?
I think it's been a theme, a red thread when it comes to Imperial, even when they had FNX, and we go back to the Antwerp Major, of course, their ability in crazy moments to kind of overperform and have individual step-up ways we wouldn't expect. I mean, you talk about Fallen and how he's been playing in the road to Rio, completely above his usual numbers, having crazy rounds towards the very end of Overpass, and then in between kind of falling back into the darkness, which puts us in a tight spot, right? How are we supposed to value them? I know if it's 14-14, 2-2 games, game number 5 here, I know they have individuals who can step up to the case, but in terms of actual quality and depth of roster, it's been lackluster. I don't think there's any other way to say it.
Yeah, I think that also, like, from knowing them and being their ex-coach, like, they are a team that they rely a lot on, like, having good fundamentals in the game, you know, and, like, Fallen relies a lot on everybody being on the same page and talking a lot, taking initiative during the games and stuff like that. And I think that one of the biggest challenges for us, at least at the first half of the year, was this, right? To get everybody on the same page about what we're doing and to make sure everybody was comfortable. So we cannot expect much of, like, strategies and a lot of complicated things out of Imperial. And that's the tricky part. Like, I don't know if what they have is enough for them to beat a team like Vitality.
Do you think then, I know we've kind of talked about this narrative so much and it hasn't exactly played out in our favor today in terms of the Brazilian representation with the crowd kind of being the 6th man behind them. Do you think now that we're looking at some more veteran names and the likes of Fallen and Fur as well, do you think that we now have the potential to be seeing them bringing the heat to Vitality?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. And the issue that I have for this narrative is that if any roster is going to sustain the pressure of the crowd, maybe it's going to be the players who won the most majors. Maybe it's going to be the player who's been here for 18 majors back-to-back. Maybe it's going to be the back-to-back best player in the world. But I feel like there is so much pedigree and so much quality on this Vitality roster that they should not falter. They should not shred because of the crowd. I think this would be an easy way out. This would be an easy excuse. If you're Vitality, you're supposed to be superior despite the crowd.
Yeah, I'll give 2 different angles, right? Like, I think the first one is Vitality, you know, having maybe language communications and, you know, problems with the communication, especially with a loud crowd and stuff like that. That could be a factor. Other than that, just Imperial, you know, like, I think they do play better against these type of teams, you know, the calibers of Vitality and stuff, just because purely they watch them so much, and Fallen and stuff, he's used to call against those teams. Yeah.
So in terms of what you're expecting Vitality to deliver, obviously we saw them, you know, faltering at the showdown. Are they going to be bouncing back here, Maniac?
Yeah, I hope they're back. I hope they have all their materials shining. I mean, we're going on the side of Inferno, and there's a man we have to mention. It's going to be Magisk. He's going to be my one player to keep an eye on.
Well, let's see if he turns out to be the Magician inside the server today. As Maniac just alluded to, it's going to be Inferno between Imperial and the side of Vitality. Let's see exactly how it's going to break down with Moses and Sadikist.
Gigante
anthem to even try and invigorate this crowd. It's 0-3 for Brazilian teams to start it off, and Furia in a stunningly depressing fashion. 15-7, they fall in overtime, 18-16 to Big, but now it's on to the big boys. Fur and Fallen grace the stage in Rio.
Yeah, and as so often falls on their shoulders to be the standard bearer for Brazilian Counter-Strike, but man, this is the toughest mountain that Brazil's had to climb all day against Vitality, the ESL Pro League champions just a couple weeks back. And with one of the best players in the world, ZywOo, in the roster, Imperial's got their work cut out for them. It's ZywOo and Spinks to defend at the B bomb site. Fur, Fallen, and the rest of Imperial working their way up Banana.
Collective to try and take B. Smoke for Fallen. He's setting that with Vinny as well right now. CT and Coffins, that's the standard play, and then Fallen will add his Molotov toward the new boxes, blocked by Spinks. This will give him a chance to walk in. ZywOo's already starting. We know how hot he's been lately, and the dualies for him will find two. Spinks fades off, having lost his teammate, doesn't want to overcommit and give up the site, but the bomb being secured by Vinny.
Yeah, ZywOo's done his job. Now you just kind of back away, wait for the reinforcements to arrive and go for that kind of a retake. What a shot from Matt, just one bullet, all that's necessary. Vinny's location is compromised and eliminated, and Fallen's got no chance.
Vitality are going to be a tough opponent if you're Imperial right now. Remember, Vitality nearly claimed a Legends spot. They had to go into that three-way shootout that Heroic ended up winning both best of threes in to take that single spot from Group B at the European Road to Rio. So they nearly didn't even have to be playing in this portion, and therefore come in as one of the top-seeded teams in doing so.
Good retake. Gonna put Imperial down 0-1. To start out Inferno. They do buy on the back of the plant. AK-47, 3 Galils, Tech 9 on Fallen. He's got utility as well, but not much of it to set them up throughout the round.
ZywOo waiting with the MP9 at top of middle, wants to try and farm up its cash, obviously get toward his customary AWP as soon as possible, but it's Bolts that now has the task of trying to hold down B, and he does so with the Galil. So the early buy based on the bomb plant, unsurprising for Imperials. 8 out, Vinny's gonna take a bit of damage from that. Dupree gets the boost, Vinny dropped.
Yeah, good kill. Break up the stack. ZywOo's gonna shift into the A bomb site. Dupree gonna wrap around towards Library to keep his eye on Rap side. Fur with a potential challenge. He's got an AK-47. Apex is here now as well in Arches. And man, Vitality's going to remain aggressive. Make sure they're always keeping track of this Imperial T side. Good pair of kills, and middle is denied. There's the swing. Good shot from Bolts. He's down low in a 1v2, but he's got Apex at low HP. He's tucked himself in a graveyard, and that's a nice, easy kill for Apex down the stretch. 2-0.
So they avoid the second round T-sided buy, which can often be so powerful, but we saw that they went immediately onto 3 M4s as a result of that. Magisk, my man, leave those chickens alone. Unless you're carving them up for a Brazilian barbecue, but we've had enough of that so far today, I think, Jason.
No. Keep those chips on green. We want more. We want it all.
Well, we'll see if Imperial can put a stop to it. Flash down middle. ZywOo trying to fight at range with an MP9. Why not? Just love him for that stuff, don't we?
He's just like, I know you got no armor. I've got an SMG. I want to build up some money. They did sustain some losses in the previous round, so it'd be quite nice to get these SMGs to sing, and Spinks is doing just that. So is ZywOo. Beautiful double kill from both of the SMGs for the bonus money. And Fallen is the last one left. This is going to be a 3-0 start for Vitality.
And ZywOo has money enough to go to the AWP should he elect to do so. He can even just toss the MP9 over towards Spinks if they don't want to reinvest too heavily as a result of that. So they'll chat about it for a moment. They haven't elected what to do just yet, but it is going to be the AKs. All the rifles brought out for Imperial to try and get on the board.
Vitality still haven't bought deep into it. Okay, someone drops Spinks. He picks it up a little bit late. Picks up his utility and armor as well. Round number 4. There's that deeper smoke in middle as well. Vinny's going to be challenging on Inferno, and we used to have a big conversation around map specialists over the years.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Vinny's nickname is Vinferno.
We'll see if he can get that done today. Fallen was certainly not afraid of going to it in previous days of in-game leading, and obviously FNX was part of that core, as was Fur, and FNX the coach behind them now. The last team to qualify for the Rio Major. And the last of the Brazilians to play, but maybe the first to find a win if they can somehow get it done against Vitality.
That would be incredible. I mean, think about how unlikely it would have been for all 3 Brazilian teams leading up to this to be winless, and then for Imperial to find this kind of an upset, this level of an upset. No one would be able to predict it. 4 on 4, but still 2 defenders at the speed bomb site. Apex is here with ZywOo.
Good trade-off from Fallen. They'll let Bolts go first. Keep in mind, he was part of the Luminosity gang at the start of it as well. He was one of the originals. He had Steel. So in some ways, there's 4 members of the original Brazilian attempt to try and break through to the international scene. Cello, he's taken down Magisk again, wrapping over toward the arch side. Fur's going to follow that back and see if he can open up the site, wrapping from CT side, but this is difficult.
Dupree's got to keep his eyes on the smoke. It's actually okay. Yeah, he's got it.
I thought he was going to get spotted. Fur put his crosshair there, but didn't get anything from it. And Dupree will close it. Fallen falls 4-0.
A quick and efficient 4-0.
Oh, where's the crowd?
Yeah.
Oh, he's already taunting the Brazilians. Yeah, there they are. Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to get inside the crowd's head, too.
I like it. I'm a huge fan of it. Go for it, Apex. You already know the crowd's going to be against you. You might as well build upon it. You might as well just accept it and play with it and play with that knowledge. Magisk is a little bit lucky here. He actually kind of overextends with that rotation, a little bit over-eager, but still recovers in time. 4-0, and a timeout called by Imperial. An early conversation, an early chat to calm things down before the action resumes.
The other aspect of this is if all 4 Brazilian teams go 0-1, okay, we can say they lose their openers. There's a chance they'll be drawn against each other, and you're guaranteed someone's going 0-2 today.
Yeah.
That is brutal.
That's very brutal.
It's so, I mean, I suppose the positive side is someone's going to win a map, but that's not the point. You don't want, you would love if they all could have at least been 1-1 to start off the day.
Yeah, it depends on how you want to look at it, right? If you want to be the glass half full or half empty kind of guy.
I remember when NA used to do that. Oh, at least we're going to win something if we're playing each other.
Guaranteed 1 win here for NA. And SA, as it were, here in Rio. So, Armor, upgraded pistols. Fallen's got the Hero AK-47 for the team. Oh, and he's got a double kill. All right, we'll give him that. What more can he find? 26 HP, but he wanted to pick up the pressure. Realizes it was a bad idea, preserves the lead.
Swap it. I know you've got head armor on other teammates. You've already found 2 kills with it, 26 HP. Give that off to someone.
He's probably like, nah, I got the hot hand. I got the hot hand with those kinds of kills.
There is confidence to be had for that Bolts. A little bit too slow to check the sandbags. Wanted to get toward that M4, but Apex knew what they were up to and went back to guard it, and therefore finds a kill. God, Gabriel, to try and give them a chance to open this up. ZywOo is alone, but he's in the pit, and the pit is so hard to deal with falling down. So now they can pick up that AK and return the favor, but ZywOo's not going to let them. He finds 3. It's Vinny finally getting the shot in return, but he's in a 1-on-2, and not a lot of room to work with because they're already approaching behind, and Spinks can push straight through this smoke. He is surrounded, and he doesn't know it yet. Even if he isolates the first 1-on-1, Apex is on the flank.
I like this gameplay from Apex so far. Fearless at Banana in a 3-on-5 to find that first kill for his team. And Fearless as well on this flank coming through and just being convincing. That's a brilliant lineup for Fallen. He's blind. A lot of luck going his way. But man, it stings when you can't capitalize on that situation. Heroics from ZywOo, and this is what it's like to have one of the best players in the world on your team. One of the most consistent players in recent memory as well. He's constantly logging incredible performances. Good recovery from Vitality, up 5-0 now. Taking some body blows to the economy, but still plenty of cash to work with. ZywOo, first time with off at hand. Same for Fallen on the other side.
Oh, slow to respond from ZywOo, who's normally not someone you want to give a shot like that to, but it's forced off the angle. Bolts with a bit of damage, and then throws a nade back in that direction. Will chunk Spinks down. Apex took quite a bit from that as well. Cello That's exactly my point about ZywOo.
I was going to say, you're only going to have one shot at that opportunity, like literally one shot. One
Calm
bullet
down,
fired.
Eminem. You almost went there.
I almost did. Good kill from Magisk on top of the balcony. Smoke clears. Dupree's going to add another one. The final, final warrior of being at every single major that Counter-Strike has had, Dupree, showing what kind of his quality of a player.
And the first to cross the $2 million mark in prize money as well in CSGO. So his longevity is so impressive. And the interesting thing is entry fragger, who often get a harsh name because if things aren't working and you're not getting the entries, you're the first to get blamed. Yeah. He and Apex are two of the most enduring players in the entire game, and they both have that role at times.
Yeah, and Apex, I mean, has had to really kind of adapt his playstyle and obviously complete swap of his role from that hardcore pure entry fragger now into an in-game leader and making a name for himself as an in-game leader as well. An impressive transition into the role.
Yeah, Vitality's had a great start with this. I shouldn't say great start with this overall core, but since bringing Spinks in, they've looked really solid and threatening. I know Pro League, they couldn't really close it out. They couldn't really, but they were there. They were in it all the way until the end. So.
Oh, that's a mistake, a miscue. Almost burns him alive. Apex with a kill. That's Vinny forced out by missing the smoke. And Spinks is going to build on top of it. 6-0 in a 5-on-3.
I've confused myself, Jason, because we were at Pro League and the RMR was right after.
Yep.
I meant the RMR they couldn't close out. Obviously, they won Pro League. We stayed in the same hotel in the same position, okay? It's a lot for me to handle.
It blended together.
It did. Because, obviously what I meant was didn't get the Legends spot to close that out. But, they obviously won Season 16 of Pro League. So, Apex takes down Fallen, Cello, and Fur in a 5-on-2, and it's going to be a 7-0 scoreline. Have we seen 7-1 in Brazil yet today?
I don't think we've seen it yet.
I mean,
today.
we avoided that one, Jason, but we did just have the German organization come back to beat Brazil.
Sure did.
In Rio.
Well, maybe Vitality can give them one. Maybe they'll just maybe they'll let them have the next round just to get that little meme scoreline going.
Apex would like that, wouldn't he?
3 players at the B-bomb site to defend, 2 players to attack, 30 seconds on the clock. And as unlikely as it seems, I wonder if Cello and Fur are going to actually go for this, maybe just say, look, we have to start limiting this money. We can't let them have a flawless round like this and build up even more bank. And I mean, it's not a matter of letting up. Vitality's just going to take it. 5 players survive, nice and clean. No issues yet for Vitality. There's 11 kills total on the Imperial side in these first 7 rounds of play.
Yeah, not too impressive. In fact, one of the only double kills they got was from Fallen at the Banana position. Good control of Banana that time from Vitality. So a timeout called from Imperial. We'll see what FNX can bring into this. Obviously going up against one of the most iconic coaches and successful coaches in Counter-Strike history on the other side in Zonic. Now, you remember the meme video? They wanted him for the hugs.
Yeah,
they said first they have to win a major.
First they have to win a major.
So.
After the major, a lot of hugs would be going around if they're able to take the trophy here in Rio.
Our B stream going on simultaneously when both streams are done the opening 4 matches.
It's EGIHC taking place over there at the moment.
Nice, okay. Yeah, when both streams have finished their matches, then we'll do the redraw and figure out who plays this evening in the 0-1 and 1-0 games. Dupree wants to get the shot, same damage dealt, but he's being overwhelmed in terms of firepower rather than weaponry. It's Cello that gets the kill back, but he still managed to get 2, and that gives the advantage firmly to Vitality once again.
Yeah, impressive control in that spray to find the second kill. Cello really wanted that AK-47. He's going to pay the ultimate price for it. However, the defense did shift out of the B-bomb site, which should pass over an easy plant to Vinny. Bolts is already going to grab some standing, and he needs to have a huge performance here if they want to hold off this retake. Spinks is waiting patiently, content to just keep control of Ruins before his teammates arrive, and they're actually quite a bit of distance away. This is a lot of time into this bomb by the time they arrive, but still overwhelming superiority for Vitality. Spinks grabs that one. Vinny left in a 1v4. Smoke is going to cover him off. He's going to have to get aggressive, going to have to toss up a prayer. It would have to be the hand of God, and it's not going to happen.
So all straightforward for Vitality. challenge against them yet. You were right, Cello was so desperate. Look, just want the gun. Not gonna happen. Taken down. And 9Z, Double O Nation. We didn't see them get much going. Furia, again, that's the one that really blows.
They got a lot going, and then it all disappeared. It all went away. That was real shocking. Imperial still yet to get it going.
Vinny trying to get some control. You said it, Vinferno. He's got bolts with him. Nade's gonna go deep from Spinks, but he's just around the corner before they can capitalize on that. They would have heard that pin being pulled, but they don't get a clean line of sight. They have got one player further over than they would have expected, and Vinny's gonna get one shot off board. Apex doesn't re-peek. Not right away, so the smoke is able to isolate. And as he fires in, Fallen that'll cross with the bomb. Vinny doesn't dare. Oh, the nade is going to bounce the other direction. So Vinny's safe on that one. Fallen not. He's taken down to 30, and a second one from Apex will put him completely on the ground. They had the arsenal of nades sitting there waiting. He threw both of those.
Yeah, the stockpile. That's brutal. Fallen catches both of them.
Fernan, awkward position right now. Really needs to be watching toward Coffins. He knows that smoke's got a timer. Forced back. Best chance yet to capitalize, and they're still down a man with Vinny on 20. Incendiary that'll bounce backwards, cover off toward Emo. Fur wanted to be sneaky. He knew he had to get away from his position. He wanted to go in toward the smoke, and CT instead. Magist gets Vinny out of this, and Cello needs a line up. Oh, he does hit the first. He does hit the first. Do they have the time? Second as well. Vinny's got them off the bomb. They don't have time to defuse. Finally, Imperial on the board.
Well, they needed it. They needed a little bit of life. Dupree, I don't even think he would have had time if he sticks that defuse after Cello finds the opening kill. And yeah, there's the stockpile. This is the result of it. But at the end of the day, Imperial managed to pull one out. A tough retake and a good find from Cello on a Magist. They had to get on that bomb immediately. Beautiful work, but it's just the first. Many more have to come after this because there is a bank built up on Vitality that is intimidating. They've got so much cash, so many more buys.
Shot from Bolt, successful, nearly followed that. He had the lineup onto Spinks, but the utility too much, and accompanying that damage, the M4 too accurate. You're absolutely right, though. Mid is...
Well, the defense for mid is actually going to be in Boiler for Magisk. So there's some space for them to work with Cello and Fur.
Yeah, but the Zywoo's still going to take that ult back into a very, very powerful position, and if somehow they can create a crossfire off of this and be dynamic, Fur's going to walk into this. Tough position, back turn, they never knew it. Zywoo wants more of this. He's come back around. He wants to fight this. Good find from Cello. The man who won them their only round thus far is going to make this another 3-on-3 situation.
But I don't think Imperial really has a great picture of what's happening on the map to be able to make a call. 3-on-3, they're going to be happy about that. They hit the pause button. They let Vitality's defense shift and start to second guess. Start to let the information of their positions on the map be obscured. Looking for any information plays, any pushes. Zywoo alone at A with an AWP, and he's going to be the one that's called upon to stand tall. 3-on-1 at this bomb site. Dupree and Spinks are parked at B. This is all on Zywoo.
You can taunt him all you want. He's better than that. Zywoo's gonna go right back into the face of the crowd with that. A no-scope on Fallen as well. Vinny with the trade. But finds himself a man down after the AWP went off inside of the site. Back turned inside of the smoke, trying to play this. He'll go up on top of the box. They're both coming from the same position though. Vinny's got to be so careful on this. He still doesn't know it. Only one M4 fired. He looks for Dupree. They backed off. That's going to create space, but now they know where he is. He finds the first, not the second. Dupree on the immediate trade.
What a performance from Zywoo. What a fast flick up towards the balcony. The follow-up no-scope as well. That's incredible. To make that a possible retake, to make that an advantaged retake for Vitality. 9-1. Look at how fast that is.
Oh.
Cello had no chance.
That's foolish. Fallen knows all too well what it's like to hit a shot like that, doesn't he?
I've hit those in back in my day.
Back on the receiving end, unfortunately this time for him, so they couldn't convert. A chance to go back-to-back on rounds as well.
Thumbs up to the crowd. They don't like that. They don't like that one bit.
And I actually saw some ZywOo, I think it was a scrolling cell phone sign, so there are some ZywOo fans here, but don't expect to get given that when you're up against the Brazilian heroes that are on this stage.
You know, one thing Brazil's always been good for, even in rooting against the team, always recognizing greatness, and ZywOo the embodiment of that.
That's why they love you so much here, Jason.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I didn't expect a compliment there. That warms my heart.
Someone has to.
Someone does. 8-round lead for Vitality. Looking like they're going to cruise out to a strong first half. Aggression down middle. Apex wants the challenge, taps away, and Vinny jiggles into it. ZywOo steps up next with the AWP. And that aggression dissipates as Apex and Dupree rotate back to the B bomb site to shore up defense there, bring an extra body to make sure there's strength. They're going to re-aggress.
Oh, Bolts. Oh, I was about to say he's looked away at the wrong time. He actually almost got a lineup when he turned back around, but it's not going to amount to anything in the end other than his life being lost and a two-man deficit that they have to overcome. They do have HP in their favor, but Magisk positioning on the stairs at the graveyard, and Collins the last alive and the last, therefore, to fall.
Yeah, now they're just getting picked apart. Bolts, you're right, had the lineup, I think with an AK-47, that might have been a double. With the Galil, not enough stopping power to string two of them together. And Imperial's just getting, I don't know, decimated. Pick an adjective. 9-1, or excuse me, 10-1. And a timeout again, the third one called by Imperial, trying to put enough rounds on the board with which they can fight moving forward. All this talk leading into the major about having the addition of the crowd to the challenger stage and the buff that might provide the Brazilian teams. And I think we all started coming to a realization, like around media day, talking to some of the Brazilian, the inkling was always there. We always know it can be an issue, but talking to them, you could tell the pressure and the importance and the gravitas of having their first major.
Oh, it's easy to
rattle
overhype
some cages. Yeah.
You're overhype yourself as well, right? Certainly with these underdog situations, but if Furia goes in too hype, as we saw, they get a great start, and then all of a sudden someone pricks the balloon with a pin, that bursts pretty quickly, and it can be a huge problem. So we'll see if they can recover. Mathematically speaking, someone said there's a chance that actually you could have all the 0-2 games be the Brazilian teams because they could avoid each other in the next. That would be even more unbelievable.
That'd be spicy. I'd be down for that.
Okay.
I'm all in for that.
ZywOo looking for the damage down toward alt middle as he continues to hold for March, but he'll fall away. He's going to back off. Give a bit of room to Imperial to work with, but they've already lost Bolts. So it doesn't really matter so much because they have the strength and the defensive positions covered off pretty comfortably. Fur, 1 kill. Vinny, 1 kill. Bolts, Cello, and Fallen with 4 apiece, and that's it. 14 kills total after 11 rounds.
This is most of the utility as well. Counter utility from Vitality stalled out the initial take of Brackets. What a double kill from Magisk. Oh, make it 3. Make it everything. Fallen goes next. And not a chance for Imperial.
And the problem is, it's not even like one player is dismantling Imperials right now.
No, it's everyone.
Look at the scoreboard. 13, 13, 10, 13, 10.
This Vitality team is very deep, and they found a way, as you mentioned, with the Sphinx Edition looking good right out of the gate, but they're finding a way to come into this major peaking at a very good moment.
Oh, no, they're a threat. They're a threat in this tournament, absolutely. FaZe hasn't looked perfect lately. Na'Vi certainly, exactly, haven't looked amazing either. You've got Vitality at the right time, looking really hot.
ZywOo on the hunt for his first major as well.
Yeah. One of the final greats, aside from Nico, not to have one, and obviously Nico not going to get one this time by.
Apex is almost getting lazy with his taunts. He just feels like, I don't have to do it anymore. Y'all know what's happening. I don't need to say a word. 10-round lead. Deep Molotov from ZywOo wants the peak. It's crouched underneath from Vinny. And With these pistols, you can afford to take a few more risks, be a little bit more mobile and aggressive, but will they check Dupree? The answer is no. Double kill for Dupree. 5-7 is out as well, trying to keep them at bay. Support has arrived. He will go down, but ZywOo cleans it up. Make sure it doesn't go from bad to worse. And Vinny just barely gets away, but not for long from Apex.
Bolts caught out by Spinks. They're not going to make mistakes like that. Vitality's looking very sharp right now. Imperial not able to get a foot into this game at all. Dupree too easy. Aggro pulled and he just sits inside of the corner, and then ZywOo comes out to trade off of him. It's all calculated right now.
2 rounds remaining, and even 3 doesn't seem like enough breathing room for Imperial in the second half.
I think the 4th team I would put into the equation as a potential threat in this event. You got FaZe, Na'Vi, I would put Vitality up there, and then I would look at Cloud9.
Yeah?
I think so.
There might be one more team, you know.
Oh, you think Liquid,
there's
huh?
a North
Do you?
American team.
Yeah, is that who you're thinking?
You can throw their hat in the ring.
Yeah. No, they've got this guy called Naf who's really good, so makes perfect sense.
Yep, fair play. Vinny's going to lead the way up Banana. Top fragger for Imperial with 7 kills.
ZywOo, good shot on Vinny. Turns away from the flashes, knew exactly when to take the aggression back toward Banana. Fallen left with 53 HP.
And ZywOo's starting to show presence everywhere on the map. We've seen him peeking down mid, we've seen him on rap side, we've seen him in Banana, we've seen him in halls. He's been a number of different positions, and Imperial have not been able to get a good read on where that AWP is located. You're exactly right, this spread from Vitality is insane. ZywOo with 15. Spinks is the lowest fragger on the team with 11. And all Imperial have left is a B set piece and execute onto the B bomb site. But there's counter utility. Apex still has a Molotov to drop as well.
Shots out. Spinks, Apex collecting for 2. Crossfire far too powerful and no responses. Not even any damage yet. Finally there is. They'll get a kill from Bolts, but he's taken down immediately from ZywOo. 13-1. This is a very one-sided scale right now.
Yeah, and I think this is, I don't know, I don't want to say it's like the most logical outcome, but we always knew this was going to be a very tough affair, and I think a lot of people would have predicted that this was going to be pretty one-sided, maybe not to this degree. I think it's also the shock of just the way that this day has began and panned out for the Brazilian teams on this stage in front of the crowd. Yep. This is just the cherry on top of that crap Sunday.
Well, there's your references, Jason. I know it's a reference. I'm trying to find out what it was. Couldn't remember. Doesn't matter. Fur and Vinny finally get, an opening. Cello's going to add to it. Imperial maybe getting a second round, before the half. As Cello even finds Magisket range. It's all on to Spinks. Bomb's going to enter. Fallen will put that down.
Well, 2 is what Imperial will walk away with at the end of the first half. It's going to be 13-2 in the favor of Vitality. And again, it's not even enough to even begin to have the conversation and lean towards any positives that Imperial could make this comeback happen. But at least it's something, at least it breaks up the momentum, at least there's something happy to talk about during the break for Imperial, that you got that round on the board. We're going to see how it goes after the break. A long road ahead for Imperial, or a short one, we'll see.
Hey Future Pros. Sometimes in CS you just want to get aggressive and take the fight straight to the enemy. I'll use this mid push from Astralis to demonstrate a reasonably good approach to get up in the faces of your foes on Inferno. It really helps if you're keeping track of the T's economy, as doing this against a fully bought T side will have varying results. This strategy requires 3 Future Pros, 2 HEs and an AWP. Future Pro number 1. You'll be the player who pushes deep into mid. As you make your way to mid, get your HE out and lob it down mid. This makes sure that if anyone does face you, then they will already have taken some damage. Make sure to push along the right side of the wall so you don't get killed by a T holding steps. Tuck yourself into this corner and listen for any noise or calls from your teammates. When Future Pro 3 has made some kind of contact towards T steps, this is your cue to peek out and hopefully get a free kill. After this contact, keep your head on a swivel, as multiple Ts could be about to flood out ult mid or T steps. Future Pro number 2. You will mostly be holding ult mid, but first throw this HE just as Future Pro 1 does. Once you have thrown your HE, it is possible for Ts to be close to you already from ult mid, so be ready for a fight. You can cycle between holding mid and ult mid depending on how the Ts are pushing. Be confident in your aim and quickly process any information you receive. Future Pro number 3, you'll be holding T steps from the top of mid with an AWP. Your role is to relay information to your team and act as support so your fellow Future Pros can't be singled out. And that's it. Going aggressive as a CT is always a risk, but if you and your lads are feeling dominant, this can be a great way to control the flow of a match. It could completely fail as well, and if it does, I don't want to hear anything in the comments. Get some DM in instead and keep improving.
Definitely. I think the crowd is going to be a huge factor for all the newer teams, because they didn't experience this since ever, I would say, because after COVID, the LANs were just having like crowd for the playoffs. So we're going to have like people screaming at you since the first match. It's going to be a different energy in the game.
Careful in the smoke, guys, careful. Go.
Inside.
Nice.
Well, the communication has been solid from Vitality. The noise canceling works extremely well based on those clips that we've seen also. But, yeah, this is a bit of a trouncing right now at 13-2 in the French's favor. In some ways, they're also peaking at the right time. We talked about this major being delayed for 2 years, but now we have potentially more Brazilian teams than we would have back then.
Yeah.
The next one's in France, and Vitality's looking strong.
Yeah, that would be very cool if they're peeking headed into that one still, if they can carry it on. I mean, that's still a ways away. And at the moment, all eyes in Rio. All eyes on ZywOo's microphone, which seems to have fallen down, as they're going to get a little tech issue to start this second half. So hold on to your butts. We'll get into the action shortly.
I'd rather hold on to your butt, Jason.
Anytime. That's a cool mask.
The passion is never debated in Brazil. There's no question about that.
No, it's not. It certainly is not.
I'm excited for some of the fan fest stuff as well with Gulez out in the tent. I want to go out and join that, just chill.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what that's going to look like. I still have no concept in my brain of what exactly.
I've been asking for a tent show for years, man.
Yeah, you should have got you one.
I just need to learn Portuguese, apparently.
Exactly, that's the key. Well, maybe the fortunes would be better in the second half of the day. There is going to be a little bit of an intermission once all the B stream games are done and over with. And as we mentioned a number of times throughout the day, there are 2 streams going if you're just joining us. EG and IHC was the game being played over there at the moment. Evil Geniuses nursing a narrow lead at 10-8. So if you want to tune in to that game and see how it's going, feel free to pull up a second tab. Throw it up on the second monitor, do some work, watch this game, watch that game, have a good time. All giggles for Vitality, and why not? A 13-2 lead heading into this second half. Smiles for Imperial as well. I think at a certain point, they're just like, we got to enjoy the moment, we got to enjoy the experience, enjoy the energy.
see how that works out a little bit later on today. There's some redemption in Rio for the Brazilians, because surely Furia is not going to let that happen twice. I know it's going to be so difficult to overcome, but man, oh man. The worst thing, thankfully based on seeding, it's unlikely, but if they were a matchup against outsiders, whoa.
That's what I was going to say. The scary thing is that is a very dangerous team that's dropped down to 0-1 as well earlier from their loss to Maus. I mean, especially if it's Furia to draw them, to have such a tough opponent in your 0-1 matchup, for such a hopeful, for the team that's, you know, likeliest to carry the banner deepest into the event for Brazil, that'd be devastating. There's some real tricky matchups that can pop up for any of these teams. But I mean, you got to just kind of hold on to the fact that you really got to kind of believe that a lot of the lack of performances or underperformances from the South American teams due to the nerves, due to the pressure in this environment of playing in front of the home crowd, and that one game beneath their belt helps them get past that. And that's about all you have to cling to at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I would say that's true of the, you know, the 9Z, the Zero Nation.
Furia, not so much.
Furia has the opposite problem.
I made a tweet this morning that I said this feels like a playoff atmosphere, because it does.
Yeah, absolutely.
And someone, a Brazilian, responded. It was absolutely genius. Just like, well, that's probably why Furia lost this game, because it's a playoff atmosphere. They can handle the heat when it hits the playoffs.
No, and that is the difference with this major. I mean, I mentioned it. You're not getting a chance to play into this in quite the same way that you would in previous majors, especially for some of the players who have made their name during the pandemic and the online era and aren't familiar with the crowd. You normally get a group stage, and there's already the pressures of a major. You already know there's stickers in the game. There's more viewership. There's more at stake, and that's without a whole room of people screaming at you.
I was going to say, think of the teams from the Legend stage that are sitting at home practicing and boot camping and watching this and just saying like, holy shit, we got to come in cold and play in front of this.
Oh, and it's going to be way bigger for that stage as well when we get toward especially the top 8, the playoffs. It's going to be huge.
13-2. Pissed around in the second half is live after the tech issues.
The 1x bet odds almost similar to the score at this. It's 1-13. It's 13-2 for Vitality. MC and Rushley giving us our camera angles today. Not so much in a rush this round, although Spinks is speeding things up as he gets 2 kills walking around in front of Boiler. It's Apex to get Vinny down. Watch for Fallen. Good response. Can't find the second inside of the smoke. And as he oversteps the mark, it's Zaiwu that will put him down. And the bomb in the hands of Magisk will be planted. It's just bolts. And as he gets toward Library.
Oh, my lord.
Okay. I was going to say gets toward Library. They'll know where he is, but they don't even need to worry about that. He's already dead.
And, man, that's a perfect round to just show what Spinks has brought to this team. Just someone fearlessly walking up brackets, finding 2 kills. Immediate headshot. First bullet. And stays focused, clears it out, says, all right, if there's going to be some kind of a boiler or hull setup, I'm going to make sure there's not a second player in that corner. And Imperial, they just get deleted every time someone from Vitality shows up on their screen. 12-round lead, and Imperial have to buy. They have to invest into this. They have to invest every single round.
Bolts backs off of it. Deagle to work with. Nades from the damage from the nades. I'll say that in the correct order. Do a little bit to Zaiwu and Dupree.
Nade's still throwing you for a loop, huh?
Ah, dude, yeah, I don't want. Valve, can we just remove nades for my sake, please?
Yeah, whenever Matt plays, we need to take, or Cass, we need to take nades away.
Yeah, just wait until I play that's how I'm going to lose to Team USA. I'm going to nade myself or something.
Probably.
I'll pull a Moxie and throw a decoy that blows up and kills me.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. I'm there for that. Fur's got an opening kill. Apex is taking a lot of damage from a Deagle at Coffins, and Fur peeking, jiggling at the spawn choke point. Magisk has gone down, and back to the A bomb site we go. Vinny is waiting. Fallen and Cello doubled up on Rap side. Plenty of utility to deploy to take this safely. They might want to activate a little bit of a Hulls pop. Well, that defensive smoke is perfectly timed to dissuade them. It seemed like Dupree was sliding into position with that MAC-10 to jump out of Hulls. That option is taken away from them. 28 seconds on the clock.
Dupree setting the smoke out in front of Library. Spinks already peeking that direction. Fallen hits the first. ZywOo down. We saw a similar shot from him, and he's going to follow that up. Apex falls. Damage. Spinks Fallen. He'll collect it. And it's another round at least for Imperial.
All right, a little bit of positivity there for Imperial for the crowd to enjoy. Hasn't been a whole lot of it today, but good to see them still getting fired up by a good round from Imperial. Some early damage and early kill, and Fallen's able to clean things up. Good work with the scout. Headshot on the Apex and cleaning up Spinks at the end of the day. Double tag. But still a long way to go. Hero AK-47 on ZywOo. Vitality, they're not holding back. They're fully invested into this round. Upgraded pistols and armor around this AK-47. No mercy rules in Counter-Strike.
Absolutely not. Used to be even worse back in Cal days when you were expected to play out so that at the end of the year you had a plus-minus tiebreaker situation that wasn't just assumed.
Yeah, that sucked. I remember those days. Let's not go back to it.
Yeah, those were rough.
We had some of those in the early days of CSGO as well.
Yep, that is true. And if anyone doesn't know what I mean by play out, I mean you would play all 30 rounds. This could have ended potentially 27-3, for example. And when you're on the 3 side of it, it just makes it a long, frustrating,
drawn-out process.
Yeah.
I bet it'd be fun to be the guy with the drum. Double kill from Cello.
Yeah, he's beating the drum right now. Cello, he's going to find a third. Collecting kills in the anti-eco. Down goes Apex.
Give him
Ace
the
for Cello. Bolts, no, he's going to steal it, soften him up. He could have backed away from it. Doesn't matter, they just want the round. Bolts will get it. It'll go 14-4. An ace would have been nice to give the fans something to cheer about considering the scoreline. We found the crowd, Apex.
Yeah, they're back, baby. Back in force. This will be around Vitality. Have to take a step back. Mostly unarmored Glocks. In fact, all unarmored Glocks. So a bit of a freebie round. See if they can get this crowd to yell themselves into exhaustion.
Yeah, some of these people might be coming to every single game over the next 2 weeks. Not gonna have any voice left.
We're coming to every single game over the next 2 weeks.
Are we? Well, that excites me, Jace. Apex is gonna take down Bolts, not before he found ZywOo, however, and the push continues as Fur will fall into line by taking out Magisk and then cover off the line towards T-Spawn. They have to go back over toward the Arch to try and get away from that, and Apex tagged on to 16 HP. So they know it has to be ult mid. They know they've completely shrunk the map. Fur's even going to check to make sure no one's going to flank him from the underpass position.
I like this from Fur.
There we go.
Just get some confidence under your belt, baby. Quad kill in the round for Fur. He's had a very quiet game so far.
One of the men who put Brazil on the map in so many ways in CSGO, though. And look, if nothing else for Imperial, I said, yes, it was tough for complexity because you couldn't imagine Rio without these guys. If nothing else, it's a celebration for Fur, FNX, and Fallen.
Yeah, the house that they helped build, essentially. Now, this major would not be here in Rio if it weren't for the success and it weren't for the efforts of so many of these Brazilian teams and players over the years. Another quick tech pause for a mic issue, and we'll get right back into the action in just a moment.
Tons of Imperial jerseys out there. We saw it this morning. I think we arrived at 9, not even, I would say 8:30, and there was already people in line with
lined up,
Imperial
apparently they were there
jerseys
from like
on.
7 a.m.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I was
early
not
day.
even awake.
That's when my alarm was set.
Yep. I think mine was 7:10. Katowice vibes.
Yeah. Started to have a lot of
I'll find a McDonald's somewhere nearby.
Yeah, I'm sure it's around. They've swarmed the planet. McDonald's is everywhere. That is a beautiful sight. A wonderful sight, and mostly just a taste of what's to come. Maiden madness that is going to be building throughout this event, all the way up to the trophy moment, all the way up to the champion stage. And we're back live into the game, round 20, 14-5. The lead is cut to single digits. That's a perfect call for this defense. Set up in lane. A Hulse pop can wrap around him. Vinny, blinded, has to look away.
Looks away, but they didn't spot him. Up close. Oh, he's missed the shot on ZywOo. Now he's in trouble. They're going to surround him. ZywOo goes back out. He hits it. Cello trying to make up for the loss of that position, but they've already crossed 2 inside of the site. This is a tough position for Imperial to now find themselves in. Now is an opening kill they could have used. Bombs drop. Cello stepping up again.
Apex has that lurk, but Fur is so aware. He says a Hulse pop requires a player in middle for utility. I know there's going to be a lurker at some point, and boy, does he read it perfectly.
Fur's looking like he's starting to come into this game. His teammates giving him a bit of space, and that's the experience. You're absolutely right to know what that situation requires. It's the bomb down. ZywOo will hold off in the pit. Spinks goes to the corner of the site instead. The retake execution starts with the incendiary that burns Spinks alive. He's low on HP. Fur and Fallen. There you go. 2 legends together will take back the site. 14-6.
Great utility, great retake, great handling of the situation. I think Vitality's a little shocked when they get out of halls and they only have the 1 kill. I think they're kind of confused. They're like, where the hell is everyone? Where is this defense? And dropping the bomb was everything, because Dupree's route took him to Graveyard, not into the bomb site. If he had actually ran that route into the bomb site, easy plant, much easier post plant in a 4-on-4. And that's a little bit of a mistake that has dire consequences. 6 rounds now for Imperial on defense. And a timeout, a second timeout taken from Vitality to talk things over.
So life late, but still a large hole to climb out of in this game. Fallen, AWP, Vintage as he looks down toward mid. Apex has already bypassed that position though, and he's gotten, in toward, nice shot. Just saw the lag and Fallen nails it. Just in toward Banana for Apex, but he's solo in that position. He goes back toward middle now to join his teammates who have lost Dupree.
We thought they were dead in the water. Still a little bit of life here from Imperial. Long path back. But as you mentioned, Fur started to climb up that scoreboard. If you start getting some of that Vintage Fallen opping, this gap can close. There's a good shot from Fallen. Just pistols are going up against, so don't get too excited, but defense is looking strong.
Cello again as well. He's really been resurged and has led to this resurgence, I think, in many ways right now, as it's 5 rounds in a row for Imperial.
Remember, they lost the pistol round in this second half as well. 13-2, lose the pistol, but they've come right back into it. How many more can they get? Can they challenge? Can they put some pressure on Vitality? Can they get close enough for this crowd to truly rattle Vitality?
No, I mean, considering the fate of Furia in the previous game, this could be the reverse.
Are they taunting ZywOo specifically?
Oh, they are, and they were earlier as well in that situation in the site when he hit the no-scope and silenced them quickly.
Insane? Don't do that. Don't waken the beast. Let him slumber.
It's a guy who says he doesn't care about pressure, and you're just trying to taunt him. He's probably going to love it when he upsets you. We did it last time. Remember that no-scope on Fallen. Fallen this time, though, nails Apex. Top side of Banana covered off. He's stuck at the sandbags, but does have support. The smoke goes down. That'll be his escape plan. Should he elect to use it? Right now, he's going to stick around. If he fired through the wall, whoa, there was a chance. He could have had Magisk. Dupree's been spotted. Cello wins that duel again. He's looking solid, up to 15 kills. He and Fallen leading the way right now by quite a margin. For Imperial, oh my, ZywOo had to fire through a teammate. Still did it. Fur's gone.
Yeah, almost took Magic's head clean off. Yeah, Cello has been the driving force to get Imperial going in this second half, and that's when you're seeing the life out of Fur, the life out of Fallen now. But Cello's been a beast, and Fallen's got another second kill in the round. And Magisk has 30 seconds to consider his options.
Hey, ZywOo, I want you. Well, you got him this round. Magisk forced to save. It'll now be 6 in a row and a 14-8 scoreline. Is pressure a thing against a team like Vitality? I think, again, we always say when it hits double digits, it's possible.
Listen, they got so much experience on this team. There's certain players that won't get rattled, but I think they'll all tell you that it's going to affect you somehow. Some players rise. Oh, look at that. That is so close. That might have just ripped the nose off Magisk. That pressure applies no matter how experienced you are if there's actually a chance. Actually an opportunity for Imperial to close this gap and steal it away. We're not there yet. And I'm trying not to get carried away, but if this builds to that point, if we ever get game on, then we find out what the pressure truly means. Imperial just 6 rounds away now. Fur with the utility kill, Bolts with the utility kill. And it adds an M4 frag on top of it. And Imperial's defense looking solid. They look like they finally settled into this match.
That's exactly it, they do. It's not just that, okay, they got a few rounds, the crowd got into it. They're actually starting to read the game. They're actually starting to look for trades actively, look for kills and map control. And you can see it. You can see almost the light go off for Fur when he started playing countering angles, trying to figure out exactly where they were going to be and be one step ahead every time. You're absolutely right. They're settling into the stage, and that's where the experience of Fallen, for FNX behind them, that's going to come to light. And Bolt, again, was part of that original Kaboom, Keystars, early Luminosity lineup.
Fallen and Boiler with the AWP. It's been impactful in these past few rounds. But one mistake, and it's all gone. One mistake and it disappears.
And that's the pressure of it, but you don't think about that right now. And you need Fallen to be the sergeant right now. You need him to keep you composed, tell you not to overextend, not to overcommit. But keep playing the game they are, because right now it is working. Bolts, this time toward Coffins. Not as much aggression on Banana, so a bit more of a passive stance defensively. And Fur will have to confer with Bolts and set this crossfire.
Ooh, Fur peeks first. Defensive smoke, surely that's going to be thrown out. What a kill from Dupree. Huge headshot onto Bolts. And how does Fur want to play this one? He's got to do it passively. He's got to just spam.
They're going to push him. They're going to push him. They knew it. If they knew if he wasn't boosted, then there couldn't be a rotation, because that's the obvious play. You go for the boost. Fur didn't have anyone to work with. They lost the sight too early, and as soon as he had to reload, that was an obvious push.
Oh, and Spinks is going to make sure everything is taken away. Imperial has all the money in the world, so they're going to go for this. But this backstab from Spinks is the insurance policy. This would have to be so clean to negate his position.
And that's why no one's peeking right now on Vitality. Oh, Fallen! How did he know? He turned it around. And Vamos from Vinny. He's going to rush to the site. It's ZywOo that holds. He's been baited out on one shot. Cello holds the angle. He's being picked apart. Oh, but he hits an incredible no-scope, but he's not done there. You want ZywOo Brazil? You got him.
And that's why you don't do it. That's why you don't wake the slumbering beast. He's shut you up cold in your own house.
Cello wouldn't want to
peek him. He knew that could happen. He knew the situation.
He was trying to bait out a second shot, running out of ammunition as well. Oh, man. What a read from Fallen. This is so sick. Talk about experience. Talk about one of the all-time greats.
This is outrageous.
Yeah, ZywOo just shows him it's time for the new boys. It's time for the next generation. Your time is done.
What a retake. Fallen reads the flank. Vinny nails 2. That's done. They keep this at 14-10. The comeback is fully on.
Yeah.
And just like that, oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Do not taunt ZywOo.
No, man, he really, really showed you. I don't think we're going to hear that one for the rest of this game. It might just be one more round in it. 6 chances for Vitality to close this out. That's unbelievable. That retake was looking beautiful, was looking like true Samba CS until it's torn away. Jello, he's been so good, gonna be called upon again, but great utility. Apex picks up the pace.
So a standard smoke and then Molotov covered off in the same position at the pits. But it's small pit they have to play. Cello wants out. Vinny did one. Got one to at least give him a chance to swing, but it's not enough. It's on to Fallen. 1 on 3. And the last round will haunt them because this looks like the end. Admirable effort from Imperial, but Vitality, too much. He'll go to his AWP, as you'd expect.
Yeah, the fight back, it's awesome to see, but it's one of those things that just makes you wonder if they've been able to have a little bit more room, if they've done a little bit more in the first half, could they have actually put together a second half to challenge Vitality? Either way, outside of a small hiccup, it's dominance from Vitality. A big win in front of an aggressive crowd, and ZywOo shuts him up quickly. We're done here, back to the desk and a break, and then we'll get more Counter-Strike in front of you as soon as possible. We'll see you there.
I think with that 4 matches, we knew that we had a goal to be here, and everyone from Brazil was cheering us to play in this tournament. So I think we just gave it like 200% that we had, and just playing match by match. I think everyone we grow a lot in the tournament. So I think that made us really confident for today.
GG, no. Oh no. One more coin, okay. MVP. Time.
A clawback attempt in front of their home crowd, but unfortunately for the side of Imperial, it was too little too late. That one falls from their grasp. We got to see the team communications moment from the side of Vitality in a really crucial round after they lost a slew of them coming into that second half. Where do you think Imperial managed to find that momentum despite being down 13-2 no less in that first half?
Well, first of all, I guess we can give it to the crowd as well.
100%.
I mean, they helped a lot. But other than that, I think Inferno has been one of their best maps from Imperial, you know. And yeah, they might have a rough T side sometimes, but I think their city side has always been pretty consistent. So, you know, knowing Fallen and knowing those guys, like, and the amount of experience they have, you know, after the first half, I could even tell, like, they're laughing, you know, and talking about whatever happened. And they're probably, knowing them, they're probably just saying, like, guys, come on, we can do this. Let's just grind back, and laughing about it, because obviously, like, they had a rough game, right? And they are very good on, like, handling these situations, you know. It's not like they're tilting or doing anything like that. So I think that's crucial to allow them to possibly come back into the game and put up a decent performance on the city side, right? Almost come back.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really have any bad vibes when you're in front of a crowd like this, literally the sixth man of the roster. It was getting exponentially loud in here. I cannot believe how much the crowd have been given with this. But unfortunately, you mentioned a name before coming into this pre-game. ZywOo, he indeed showed up in this one. Yeah, he was given the hurt to Imperial.
Oh, yeah. Besides the fact that the crowd was shouting against him a lot, actually. Like, I cannot say what they're saying, guys. But, you know, they're trying to help Imperial as much as they could. And, yeah, it's just, ZywOo is just insane, right? He's so good individually, like, and he's able to, I mean, I don't even think it's like carrying his team over because like they have so many great players on that team. It's just like he's very impactful. You know, it doesn't matter if he has an AWP, he has a rifle. You know, he's good pretty much with everything. And I mean, when you have a player like that and he's feeling it and he's doing what he did here, it's tough, right? It's tough. Like I cannot blame Imperial that much because like you know, Inferno, T side, ZywOo. That's it.
Yeah, that spells a recipe for a disaster indeed. But yeah, props to Imperial for trying to claw it back into that one. Unfortunately, though, that does mean an initial loss here in their opening games. But we do have a few words from Fallen, courtesy of Banks.
Now Imperial do sadly fall here on the opening game, but let's just look at one thing. You're down so far behind in the first half, then you guys start to come back into it. If it wasn't for that ZywOo moment, you guys had some massive momentum. There's always belief with you guys, and how much does that crowd help?
Hello everyone. It was an intense game. Got completely destroyed in the first half, but that was a little bit proper to ZywOo as well. I think he won 2 situations where he was playing by himself on the A side and got multiple kills. So he kind of bring them 3 rounds, and that made a huge difference in the game. But props to them. They played a good CS. They played perfectly on the city setups, the way they used the utility. It was pretty hard on T side. And on T side, as you said, like there was a chance of coming back, and the crowd was helping a lot. Like the crowd was moving up and giving us a lot of energy, and it just feels amazing to be playing here.
Now, be honest with me, Fallen, right? You've played in Brazil, but have you seen a crowd like this? Is this what we can expect? Just get higher and higher? Because this seems wild to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably higher. I think that Belo Horizonte was pretty nice too. So there's a lot of good moments. And I mean, Brazilian teams have to help a little bit, right? We gotta win some games and show some force so they can chant even more.
And in terms of what you guys doing, right, I know you took part in the Fireflow League, right? You had a go at that in Europe, but what did you do afterwards? Where did you practice? How did you get ready for this major?
This major, I think, very different preparation in terms of staying in Europe as the first semester, just because we just can't do it anymore. You know, it's too much Europe. We're not staying at home. Fer had some personal problems. We had to stay a little bit more in Brazil. But nonetheless, we still went for Europe. We played a tournament in Spain, played the RMR. And the last 2 weeks we have been here in Brazil, practicing the way we can. But it feels good. I think the team is a good atmosphere. We can still go further in this tournament. And this is just the first match, playing against a top team, and we can still do much more damage.
Well, you just showed you can still do some big damage against Vitality, so I've got high hopes for it, mate. Anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Valeu, galera, que tá torcendo, os brasileiros. Obrigado pela energia aqui no estádio. É absolutamente incrível estar aqui com vocês. Thanks everyone who is cheering at home as well. Hope you guys enjoyed the Brazilian Major, and this is going to be one forever. Thank you.
It certainly is. Perfect words. Thank you.
props to Fallen for giving us a few words despite losing out in their initial opening matchup. We also have Maniac joining us back on the desk here. I mean, thoughts from your perspective? We were just talking about the impact that ZywOo had on this very stage, but obviously going up against Fallen, he was really trying to put in the work, particularly coming into that second half.
Yeah, I was trying to catch a Vitality player to get an interview here, but they kind of skeetled out very quickly. I was like, hey, come on. They was like, no, we're going out. So I'm back here on the desk with you guys. Look, I think Fallen nailed it in the interview. Like, he talked about ZywOo, and one like surface level analysis just hit the tab and say, wow, he had a lot of kills, that's great. But actually, you think about the impact of some of these kills. Like, he was left alone, I think, in 2 different gun rounds on the A side by his lonesome, once with the rifle, once with the AWP. Boom, slam dunk for ZywOo. He has a 1v3 at the end. He shuts down the comeback on his own. Just exceptional.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as I said previously, like, it's really hard. There's not much to say when you have a player like that and he's popping off like he did. So, I mean, we could even see like some of the highlights right now.
That's
like,
the situation.
Like,
he's 1v4 and at 0-4 scoreline, he gets 3.
Yeah, especially the round with the AWP on the B-bomb side when Imperial is about to retake and he just pulls that back. Like, that was insane. Like, that pretty much, as you say, like, just put a nail in the coffin, you know, like, there was nothing they could do.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely incredible. I mean, just looking at some of the other players in Vitality, I know we sound like a bit of a broken record when we're just saying ZywOo, spinning that track all over again. Just the consistency that was coming out. I want to go back to the first half as well, because Apex was really popping off. And we say, you know, sometimes, I know we were talking back at Blast, about him potentially being, you know, coming into being a liability for Team Obviously he's the in-game leader as well. I like to see him being really hot on form coming into things.
The first half of Vitality was as close to perfection as it can get. I think from coast to coast, every player stepped up massively. The Spinks, Apex duo on the B side, which at times can be a liability, wasn't at all. They shut down Banana very well. Magis did his job as an A anchor. ZywOo was everywhere he had to be. So from an individual perspective, the CT side of Vitality had everything they need. It's after in the second half that they started struggling.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, yeah, we're talking a lot about ZywOo and stuff like that, but I think we saw a lot of highlights from Spinks as well. I think he did an excellent job. And like in this Vitality team, like I also do believe that they give a lot of freedom not only to ZywOo to do whatever he wants and what he does best, but like Spinks, you know, coming to the team, I also think that, you know, when you have a team with Magisk and Dupree and, you know, Apex, and when you bring a guy like this into the team, a young guy who's, you know, has a lot of potential, like, you need to give this guy freedom to do what he does best. And I think Spinks has been delivering very well. Like, the Vitality roster actually improved quite a lot after Spinks came into the team.
Have you been satisfied with what you have seen from Spinks overall? It's not a trap. I just want your real opinion.
I mean, I think so. Like, you know, I think it's relatively new. Like, you know, I can only say if he has done well or not after, I don't know, maybe like a 6 months period, you know, playing consistently for the team, competing events and stuff like that. But I mean, he has shown a lot of potential on ends, right? Like, he was probably like the star player there. And coming to Vitality right now, it's a different chemistry in the team. It's a completely different style. And obviously he needs some time to get used to it.
Yeah, we have had a hell of a lot of action, rather, going down on the A stream today. But there's also been a B stream running simultaneously to us. So I want to check in with Heku and hear what she has to say about what's been going down on that stream.
My son and my moon, Freya, finally I get to talk to. But yeah, basically on the B stream we had quite a lot of shenanigans. We started the day with Mouse against Outsiders. The series ended up with a 16-6, which is pretty interesting because not so long ago they played against each other 16-14 in Challenger. And here, like, Mouse, they showed that they are actually prepared, like, and that the boot camp was really successful. Afterwards we had some technical difficulties during the OG and Greyhound, but despite Dexter having the problems, OG closed the series with a 16-5. Then it was EG against IHC, and despite the fact that IHC started with 7 rounds on the T side on Nuke, they did not manage to be as successful in the remaining of the game, so it was EG that managed to close the series. But let's go back to you now.
Very much for that insight, Heku. So many incredible games going down today. I just want to bring up the standings as well and spin it to you guys and see if you feel like there have been any upsets, because, you know, not going to bring it back all the way to my fantasy team, but I had Kicker on my team. He didn't do so hot in that game versus Mouse. I was expecting that to be a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I didn't want to mock you and your fantasy choice. I think having Kicker is not a bad choice. No. But that has to be one of the upset of round 1. I think Outsiders are, in some of the slam dunks that I have for Legend Stage, I thought that going up against Mouse, they'd get the better end of it. So props to Mouse. pretty much the perfect start you could have in this challenger stage.
Yeah, I like the fact that OG closed it out pretty cleanly versus Greyhound as well. I know, unfortunately for Greyhound, they've been pitted in quite a few of the 0-3s, and people's pick'ems don't want to dob them in there. But it's nice to see from OG as well, particularly coming through the RMR, looking stronger and stronger. Hopefully they just go from strength to strength here on out.
Yeah, I agree. And like OG is kind of like this team where he's kind of like under the radar. You know, people are not talking that much about them. But I think that the roster changes they made, they're still getting used to it. Again, like it's a team that needs some time to figure out everything. But I think they've been doing pretty decent. Like I think at least I have them on my pick'ems to go through.
Yeah.
Like I think they're a pretty decent team. Like I think Nexus does a pretty good job as an IGL on that team. So I wouldn't expect anything less than making to the playoffs for them. I think it would be very disappointing if they don't make it through.
Final thoughts on just the Evil Geniuses versus IHD game. I don't know about you, Machu, but I feel like I was super gaslighted by EG back at the Blast Showdown as well. Really disappointed in what they delivered, despite coming off a really hot RMR run. I like to see that potentially they're having that form resurgence coming into the major.
Yeah, that would be the right moment to do it. I don't think we should extrapolate too much from that one game against IHC. IHC were up 7-0, I believe, and EG were very comfortably able to turn the tides of that game, very much in control. It's just a day in the office if you're EG. IHC is a good way to start your campaign here at the major, but the true answers have yet to be found.
Yeah, for the Asian scene as well, like it's just difficult, right? Me having worked with Chai Lu from the Asian scene, like for these teams, they do need a little bit of time. Like during events, it's always rough because like they're not really used to playing against, you know, European opposition. So like sometimes they're kind of like far away from like their play style and the way people are playing nowadays. So like it's natural that they would face some, you know, difficulties against a team like EG, who is more used to playing against, you know, top opposition. But you know, they have shown in the past like some good stuff, and I think like they have the great firepower in that team, and who knows, like they could be potentially upsetting some teams here for sure.
Yeah, potentially. Well, that does wrap up our opening games here on the A stream side of life, but there still is plenty more action coming, as we will be having our round 2 matchups going on later. But before we do that, we're going to check in with the B stream because we've got Cloud9 taking on Fnatic, so let's join them there.
Fnatic chasing Cloud9 in every occasion. What a spam kill, though. You don't see that every day, more often with the AWP. I can't think of the last time I saw an AK shoot through that. Excellent kill, but still a Fnatic round on the bonus, no less either. That's crazy. It's one thick wall.
Well, now you get to reap the reward of having low money on your opponent all over again. You also get the free upgrades after running a bonus round there. Really, this is a lovely start for Fnatic, but can they keep it in good standing? That push there, down Banana out of Fasha, it's pretty par for the course for this guy to be super involved at the Banana side, really on both halves. I'm talking CT and T side. Expect to see him doing more of that. But in this round, it's given away that early advantage. It's given an AK to Cloud9. And now they might look to put this all to use, setting up outside of B. Just that little bit more deadly, that little bit more prepared. Is that going to make enough of a difference? Nikadoz on this angle, ready and waiting. A smoke will lock him out of it, so it's likely going to come down to a timing shot here for old mate Nikadoz. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, Molly first. He can fire through, but maybe he wants to reposition to Coffins. That smoke will fade first. It's actually on the wall. Mezzi looking just up over it, catches that bomb, goes tumbling in. And in fact, this smoke might give Mezzi a favor. He can hold that headshot angle. The orb covers the cross in. Good flick. Nikadoz finds it, even though he gets dinked. And while they are wrapping spawn, Nikadoz is already dead. Mezzi might be cognizant of this play. 30 seconds, and where could Intez really be? Mezzi, does he have eyes in the back of his head? Is he considering it? Yes, but it doesn't matter. Intez with the kill. 20 seconds. He actually has a good bit of room.
I can't believe no one else is here.
I don't think you're ready for this because Intez went cold. He thinks they're close. They think he was nowhere to be seen. He fakes it out, but he's selling his own round.
Yeah, now he's low on time. Now these rotates are right here. The Barbarians are at the gate. Intez just tucking himself away. Wins that first fight. Roy's out of the round. And so's Crims. Intez wins the clutch. And Cloud9 on the ball with their first.
There's the X factor. There's the Cloud9 we know and love, right? Showing up in a big way. That was a scary clutch. A lot of room for Fnatic to move in together. And he pinpoints those fights, isolates them so well. They expect him to back up in that post-plant. Play it quad, play it dark, but he goes hunting, he goes searching for those kills. And puts Cloud9 on the board for their first. That's an eco win, and that gun gifted over at the start was the, the first stitch unraveled. The rest follows in tow. Boosts up Fnatic. Setting up the Astralis 2.0, perhaps. I do like this boost, but as soon as you see it on C9, you just leave. Or you go hunting for the kills, but you at least send the bomb elsewhere. They're still in their early default, in no hurry to commit. Nade stack, perhaps, into CT spawn. C9 are fine with that. Or Fnatic, rather. And it is going to be an exec, but will C9 commit? Probably just going to be mopping up kills if they can. Full blind running in. It's a tower of death. 2 kills, make it 3. Bomb is loose. They're running, they're gunning, but these rifles will still survive. 2-on-2, this is where normality should take over. Can they get that bomb and get out? Do they even want to give them the chance to pick up those guns? No. Crimson going through the smoke, turn the wrong way, and Nikodos will close.
That is crazy. A tower defense there from Fnatic. Unbelievable. They throw the USPs up. It's not every day you see that work. My goodness. 4-1 now, and Cloud9 are kicking themselves. They just lost to full USPs.
That is embarrassing. The worst part about that is that first player running in as well, like Nafany, you got to do that. You're blind, you got to commit. But if he wasn't blind, he would have immediately called that off and turned them around. And the whole thing is, Cloud9 don't want to leave in a 2-on-2 and let all those guns get scavenged and then let a retake get assembled. They want to kill them while they still have pistols. But Fnatic fire right back and rob around. It's still an opening kill from Shiro. His AWP picks Nikodos, but my God, what a world we're in right now. Roy shooting through the smoke. They will just dodge him. If he runs out of ammo, Nafany can just go through. Help might do anyway, but Roy with his final few bullets will take that kill, equalizing the matter. Crim's up on the balcony, they waltz right into him, and he even plays inside of the smoke. Hobbit's right there, but Crims goes back for more. Double trouble as Roy swings as well, and this team play from Fnatic is excellent, trading each other out as they close another round. Cloud9 cannot get their foot in the door without it getting slammed shut.
Timeout now. Hoping, right, that you can just kind of cool off a little bit here. Try to compose yourselves, try to calm a little.
That's a tilter.
This has not been a good start.
And these are, unusually quick rounds from Cloud9 as well. They are running really fast T-side rounds, execing out of spawn. Short on the anti-eco, there's nothing wrong with that call, but we all saw how it went. And yeah, even following up into that round, just running amok on A instantly. I think there was a missed smoke caught in the replay as well. Yeah, a couple of mistakes. Cloud9 coming in cold. Sun is not in the sky. And a bit of wasted money. In fact, quite a lot of wasted money. They've double bought the AWP, Harry. Oops. Did that really happen? Blimey. Only a half buy for C9. Pistols with a scout from Shiro.
Yeah, they want to try and take this top mid control early again. I think at this point, Fnatic are more than keen to give them a bit of room here, right? Try and lull them into this A play. AWP left in spawn there.
The iBuy power sticker is pretty appropriate on that buy.
Yeah, well, maybe they come to pay the price for throwing away a lot of money there on the accidental overinvestment, right? Tiny little things like that make a world of difference in the long run. You don't really know they're going to make a difference till they already have. Luckily enough, might not come to pass if Fnatic keep racking up rounds in this manner. This time the A-hold's looking clean. Shiro's scout does do damage, but it ultimately is just a one and done, leaving Hobbit 1v4, knocking on death's door in the A site. Just hoping to do a little bit more damage before all is said and done.
Yeah, these 1-2 punch setups for Fnatic are really clean right now. Every time C9 round a corner, they're running into bait and switches. They're getting traded really, really quickly, and Fnatic are keeping all these rounds clean ever since that eco win. Hobbit just hoping for a deke, and Crims just, goes, fine, you want a pistol fight? I'll give it to you. 6-1 for Fnatic, and hey, we said they were coming off of a 4-loss streak on this map. As I said, 3 of them against Tier 1 teams. Liquid, Vitality, FaZe. Oh, sorry, Na'Vi, not FaZe. But in the benefit of that is you've got a hell of a lot of practice. You've got a hell of a lot to go back and fix. And right now, no problems appearing for Fnatic. They're styling on Cloud9 to start this game.
Oh, and I mean, you know, you're already a little nervous here as to how this one's opened up. I think it's only strengthened by the fact that, you know, someone like Nikados here has been lights out from the get-go. You know, he was, I think he was 7-0 to open up this game. Really doesn't feel like we have a weak link just yet for Fnatic. Cloud9, meanwhile, we're waiting for that hero player to emerge. I want to see Axel have some big moments at the forefront of the pack, right? Have some of these Shiro clutches come through the pipeline. Anything right now. Axel flashed through. Here he is, trying to play this entry game. The flash did get them off of middle, but he wasn't able to open on the back of it. Still, pressure applied, a little bit of space created, and Util taken out of the round. Things could certainly be worse for Cloud9.
Slower approach. I love this setup. We saw this in a game earlier. Nikados will take contact after he fires his shot. The flash goes over from Coffins, and Fasher pushes with it. If you get that first kill off the AWP, the second kill comes for free. They're always going to be blind. But right now, Cloud9 are in no hurry to take Banana.
And it's at this moment, at this scoreline, we're seeing a lot of good ideas from Fnatic, right? And that, to me, is screaming that this was a bit of a trump card almost, right? One that you know that if you left it open and if you gave Cloud9 the chance to play you on your 0% win rate map, they were going to take it.
Yeah.
Well, then you've put in extra homework to really bring this up to par. It's looking good right now for Fnatic. Can they keep the good times rolling in? This A play is about to come their way in the final 30 seconds. You know, it's a bit of a buzzer beater round as is. And so one kill in the right place could disrupt the whole game plan. Mezzi's heard the footsteps. They know they're passed on long now. He's rerouting into the library to help out. And unless an open is found soon, this is a non-starter. This round goes nowhere quickly. Hobbit does get one on the wrap. With the bomb only just coming up short. If it falls now, that's a done deal, and Shiro does what he can, but it's not enough. Fnatic onto 7.
Again, dude, just set up with doubles, and Fnatic, two pit players perfectly positioned. Cloud9, no time to hunt them down. They spend all that time to let Hobbit wrap CT to kill the Arch player in library, but that has almost no value when Roy is just tapping out those long players on the headshot angle. Very nice double setup for Fnatic. Yeah, just really, really clean right now on CT side. Cloud9 can't break through. They're not getting given picks on top of that, so they can't even, you know, take a 5-on-4 and then go into a late execute, you know, find the weakest side. Cloud9 are a team that love to gamble on CT side. You know, less so nowadays, but they've you know, had a history gambling on CT. They know how to beat those rounds on T side. They're not getting given a chance. They're walking into stack after stack. Even though that was initially only 2 players on A, still can't even break through the one man of Roy. And that's after Fnatic, who, you know, weren't too patient at the top of Banana, throw that flash back in for Fasher, retake top B, and as a result, just know that AXX coming through with 30 seconds. Nice info gathering for Fnatic. 7-1 now. Tech-9s are plenty. And a bit of an embarrassing beginning for Cloud9. They need to turn it around. Speed may be the answer.
It may be. In they come very, very quickly. Oh, but it might just be rushing to their demise. First 2 dead. Nade's going to follow up, doing even more damage now. Fasher, his eyesight's cleared up. He's ready to fight all over again. And even though Axel hops in with 1, it's the end of the line here. Cloud9 not destined to pick up this fast B play. Instead, it's Fnatic continuing to bank up rounds on this CT side.
That first Molotov was so excellent. They knew it was coming, and then what it did was exactly what screwed Nafany over in that anti-eco. The molly lands behind Nafany. He commits, of course he does. He's got the spawn. He's the entry. He's running in, and his team get cut off behind him, stopping to smoke. That second player had the smoke, so they had to stop. Nafany's now out on an island. He dies. There's no trade potential while the aim is astray, and then Fnatic are able to peel back into the bomb site and just spam and drop all their utility. Cloud9 cut apart, split in 2 by a Molotov. Look at this. Sometimes it's better to have that third player throwing a molly, throwing a smoke on the molly for that exact reason. Second one gets slowed down, and that just stops the train in its tracks. Right now, Fnatic are choosing where to fight for Cloud9. 8-1. But no rest for the wicked. Cloud9 must respond. Oh, good flash, but what a save.
Oh, but from
Still
beyond the
burned.
grave, burns out, and then Roy extends through the apartments, is traded after the first. Finally, we have Hobbit. You know, apartments kind of a prolific spot for this guy on the Inferno Lurks. Let's see if he can show us how he's got the Masters in apartments. And all the way back around, looking to join up actually over towards Banana. Hobbit up and leaves, maybe assuming that that little trade into the apartments cuts off that flow of info, although Fnatic, they keep this aggro up. Crims is aware that no one else is apartments bound, and so eventually, it wouldn't surprise me, Nikados, here it is, Penny starting to drop. He's moving over towards B.
As he's got to fight for this, he hasn't got a single bit of utility left up.
The longer they take, the better that is for Fnatic.
Flashes over, smokes first, and Mezzi picks a safer angle to buy a few more seconds. That volley's helpful. They're going to tick in it. They've got to cross anyway. Hobbit needs to jump up from the pit. You talk iconic positions. This is one of them. Hobbit finds the headshot. Nika does. Can he stop that bomb? He's going to try, giving away the orb's position and getting nothing for it. Hobbit could even run through this smoke. He's poised right now in front of it. Nika doesn't know. Crims waits for reaggression, waits for information to be grabbed at Banana, and he'll find it atop the logs.
Okay.
2-on-2. Hobbit has a bit of cover at least, but Shiro doesn't need to face, doesn't need to swing, can just play that clock.
Okay, Nikados, you ready for this? You ready for how close Hobbit is? He's waiting right here, trying to get the info, trying to bait the shots, but Hobbit wins the fight, and now Crims, no way back into this one. Shiro's got his number, holds for that swing out Banana, and Cloud9 finally pieced together a second round. You get Shiro in that post plant with the orb, you have him just holding a safe line like that, and he's a very safe pair of hands indeed.
Yeah, what a save for Cloud9. I mean, their one round prior to that was that dirty 1v2 for Inter as they finally managed to break into the B-bomb site yet again. And Fnatic can't celebrate just yet. Can't get ahead of themselves. C9, a very good comeback team, as CIS teams often are. Resilience. But Nico does brilliance as he finds Axel walking right behind that Molotov. Opening kill for Fnatic yet again, and untraded, as so many of these 5-on-4s have been. Triple B can be pulled apart now if Mezzi wants to begin that rotation. Oh my god, Fash is running through a Molotov. He is crazy, stuck in between two pits of fire, but he will just get out alive. Gets that AK as well, little bonus. Leaves Nikados to wait with the orb. Shiro waiting on the fade, but quick kill and he's out like a light. Nikados doesn't want more either. Smoked off. There's a second one on the ground there. He's going to try and grab it. He does.
He does get it.
Yeah. Handy. Save that one for later. And again, how the hell do you get out of this on Inferno of all maps? A 3-on-5, where Fnatic are just going to fall back into a passive setup. They have no reason to overextend. They don't need the kills. It's Cloud9 on the clock.
I'm so nervous for Inters. I don't know, man. I think if there ever was a time to just throw a spam shot through. Meanwhile, Cloud9 looking for answers. Nikados, stop it. He's cleared top Banana.
Ballsy, man.
That's the info. Molly goes in, gonna hear the tag. No, Inters just dodges it. That's nice at least. Nikados now doesn't really know whether or not they're here. On that jump peak,
this is the
didn't
only...
quite see Shiro. But it is just a save.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening here. Cloud9 have given it up. They've written it off. They were hoping that maybe Nikados overextended. He didn't give them this fight after the double. And so that's it. They've stuck a fork in it. It's done. Cloud9 have completely, just elected that this one was a non-starter. They're going to save these 3 guns and give it a go in the next. But Fnatic are very, very quickly running away with this game and leaving it in an irrecoverable spot.
Yeah, and we haven't even thought about the money at this point as well for Cloud9. That always makes it skew if when you save 3 and 2 are left with nothing. They're going to be able to buy up around it. They've got a little more left in the coffers, but my oh my, you lose this. It really does feel like a done deal on the half. A 10-round CT side at bare minimum. That would be a beauty for Fnatic. And Cloud9, not the start we expected from this roster. We've had a very good year, all things considering. You know, it's not like Fnatic were even, like, came through with some incredible wins at the RMR to get here. The teams they faced, or at least the teams they beat, were, you know, relatively unfavored. In fact, extremely unfavored. Aurora, Eternal Fire, 1 win. I mean, these aren't tier 1 teams by any means. Fnatic, well, we know they have it in them. Didn't really have to prove themselves. This is proof. What a start to the game. Oh, this is a one-way as well for Mezzi. He's going to drop it on the ground right as their util comes over the top. It's going to make it very hard to clear. Not just a one-way, but it also puts out the Molotov that lands on quad. And that's inevitable on a B hit. Fasha, you know, if he wants, he can go into the right corner with this smoke of quad and look underneath it. We'll see what they do. Mezzi drops a smoke to fight above it. Quick kill onto Axel, and 1 by 1, they're dripping dry.
Oh, Mezzi even more. Oh, there we are. 3 kills from the man. Over the top of the one-way. He's given them a one-way ticket out of the round. Shiro left saving once more. And that's only going to further, you know, tank the economy of Cloud9. Fnatic double digits locked in. And that one there is like a full, you know, little set piece into the B site that is churned up by the double hold of Fnatic. Even if these players had faltered, they had the rotates moving over. They seemed aware as to what was happening there. And they even wanted to remove this AWP right at the very end. Yeah. Thankfully, Shiro holds on to it.
Nothing wrong with hunting for that at this point of the game. Fnatic know with only a couple of rounds left of the half, they don't have to think about money ever again. And it's Cloud9 on the rocks, evaporating in front of our very eyes. 10-2 now. And a broken bye with triple Galils coming in round that AWP. This is, yeah, even if you had Fnatic winning this game in this fashion, this easily, there's not really been competitive rounds. Cloud9 have never really been in it. No opening picks, no untraded 5-on-4s. Every setup they walk into has trade potential.
Yeah, dude, I mean, just the kind of sheer depth we've had out of Fnatic, I think has just really blindsided Cloud9. You know, there was almost this element coming into it, and this is why, like we said, it feels like Fnatic are putting in a lot of work on the run-up to this major, right? Just, you know, obvious they have, but really looking at what were some of their weaker maps.
Finally, this is it. This is the make or break. If you don't win this round, you are shooting yourself in the foot. A 5-on-4 and no chance to respond for Fnatic. Cloud9 can't send a feeler out and get picked now. They need to stay grouped. And talking of group, look at this double setup. Fnatic, layers. Hey, it won them an eco.
Yeah, you will have a flash to clear, surely. They try and do it dry. Oh, no, that's just going to feed this little stack. Still no flash to go in. Finally, it's there.
Oh, if only.
And a nice little 1-2 punch, make that first contact dry, get an idea as to the full extent of the problem, and then they flash the double setup. Fnatic now having a retake, a man down. Nikados and Crims moving over, but Shiro is quick. He's faster than they're ready for, and that might force a save out of Fnatic. Yeah. Finally, just having to let one slip on by.
Damn, if Roy keeps spraying there, I think he actually stray bullets Nafany. I think he finds another kill, and that's a 2v2 suddenly where Shiro probably doesn't play as aggressive, and Fnatic have a chance to retake, but instead Cloud9 break through, and they win the round they have to. That 5-on-4 Shiro gifted them is not in vain. And I said that they didn't have to worry about money at all. That's a bit of a, yeah, that's a bit wrong. Because Fnatic don't have loss bonus. Got to keep in mind, they finally got broken. Drop can come through. You certainly want to buy here. Danger of ecoing for the last round of the half is that AWP. And Nikados has been nailing fools to walls this whole game. Otherwise, you could actually justify an eco around this AWP. Nikados has 5k. He could play it still next round after dropping. It would be a, yeah, pretty confident call for Fnatic, but giving Cloud9 a 4th and then playing for that 11-4, I actually kind of respect it.
And I mean, Haldi, like you say, right, you're 100% going to have an AWP in the next anyway, so that's quite liberating for Nikados on this hero AWP. Yeah. He can throw himself into these fights.
and they can still win these rounds.
Zeus in the apartments. Yeah, I mean, they've won a full eco before. Comparatively, they have way more here.
Scream check, Harry. Are you ready?
You're going to give it to us, Hugo. You're doing the scream, the Zeus scream. Here it is, Roy on the corner. Will he get it? Ah, just missing that. Nafany along for the ride here. Leads the charge into the A site, and that AWP is gone. It is quick, and it's pretty brutal for Cloud9, as this one is quickly forgotten about.
Yeah, first abs take from C9 all game, it feels like. C9 just popped their way through with those chimney flashes. And Fnatic, even that AWP is none the wiser, can't see a thing in the sight. Combat AWPing in the middle of default is not where you want to be if you're Nikodos, and this round is sailing past Fnatic swiftly, but they were always ready for that reality. Playing for the last round of the half, Thatcher's going to save his armor, give him that little bit more in the follow-up. And Cloud9, hey, not to say they can't win this game with a 5-round half, but they've got to get there first. Keep in mind, folks, this is the last game going on right now. If you're waiting to see the next matchups, we will be making those draws after this one is concluded, finding out who will be facing who in that second round. Arena is already going crazy, and it's day one of the Challenger stage, Harry.
Dude,
I think we're blessed right now.
The feeling is not that of day one of a major. You know, it's more...
Feels like a playoff. That's what everyone's saying.
It's more like the final day kind of vibes.
How about
here.
2 weeks of playoffs? That sounds good to me.
All right, then. Cloud9, chance to decide, you know, do they have a 5-round recoverable half here under their wings? Let's find out. Fnatic, they took an eco, right? They kind of knew what they signed up for in that last round. They weren't looking or feeling too desperate. They instead just wanted to go for the 11-4 guaranteed. They believe in this investment, so let's see if they can stick the landing. It's like another apartments play, going back to it again. It worked last time. Is it going to land this time around, though? Ooh. Roy and Crims doing damage, but the trades are there, and Nikodos dies trying to come through that Moto smoke. Man advantage resides with Cloud9, and they're going to have that plant going their way.
Yeah, lovely realization for Cloud9. That's the best way to get rid of those pit setups as well, just completely blinded from that mid player who's lobbing over utility, and Shiro's even poised to close this round as well. It's all on Fasher on the flank. Easy shot for Shiro, and now through the smoke, Mezzi in a 1-on-3. C9, it took them time, but they may have finally broken through at the end of the half, and a 5-round half might just be enough to pull this comeback. Instead, will Fnatic keep the good times rolling? That's what we're about to find out just after the break.
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the T's like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
Cloud9 able to close that out by putting up 3 in a row, has somewhat recovered this scoreline, right? 10-2 for Fnatic at one point in time. It was lights out. They even had that crazy, full eco B-boost stack round in there. Just wildness in the first half. But I do think the important thing to take away from it is that it feels like Cloud9 have started to find a way back in here. And now moving on to the CT side, let's see if they can keep the good times rolling in, shall we?
Oh, we got some aggression, I think. Couple of nades in this CT side. And players already running to abs with flashes above them to take fights. Krim spots it and gets back in cover. Oh, Nafri hit the wall there and almost got stopped enough to die. Dink to 1. Axar will reaggress, but won't commit to it. We've got nades ready to go. I like that Fnatic have actually thrown decoys into B, maybe trying to bait out utility. You see that a lot. If CTC nades bouncing, ooh, they might throw all their util. It hasn't worked. One of these nades still in play, the other on the ground. That's a nice opening kill nonetheless for Shiro. The one player, alongside Inters, I guess, who has been holding strong.
To have fallen earlier over at B, and everyone else now set up in the post plant. 4v2. You'd have to try to have this one taken away from you.
That nade might kill Mezzi, though. Oh, it bounces into the back sight, and Fasher finds the headshot instead. 3rd kill from him. He was the quietest player in the first half, not because he was underperforming, but it wasn't really required. Nikodos was causing damage, and now Fasher on the T-side attack has taken 3 out and forced a save from Shiro. Doesn't even get to play into it when it's CT side, Harry. When will this guy get to be in the right place at the right time? Fnatic run away with 11 rounds after their pistol, and it's only going to get better.
Dude, I mean, one thing I'll say about Fasher is that I think T-side is where we're really going to see his mileage increase. Back in that Ecstatic squad, he was such a driving force behind their Inferno, right? He was always a nuisance, especially over towards Banana. I think he has a real uncanny ability to make it look like a real easy position on the map to deal with. So often he's able to just run up with a bit of supportive util from his teammates. Oftentimes back in Ecstatic, he would even do it alone. And so often gets the results, creates that space, causes problems for the opponent. So defo, keep your eye on that as this is set to continue.
Because interestingly enough, it was one thing they mentioned on the desk, or the analyst mentioned on the standing desk, that the Copenhagen Flames players, Roy and Nikodos, didn't really play Inferno back in that old team. But on the flip side, Mezzi, when he took over in-game leading, we did see a lot of similarities in his map pool and the maps Alex liked to play, right? Not just back in his time in Cloud9, but here in Fnatic as well. And those were maps like Inferno, maps like Nuke, definitely, and even Overpass. And those are maps that are still in this Fnatic map pool now. Obviously, at one point called Mezzi Pass. There's definitely been some takeaways, perhaps, from Mezzi for his time as Alex's in-game leader. In fact, we go full circle as he faces his ex-organization. Fnatic up against a force buy, but Cloud9 are so good with pistol armor. Even a couple of SMGs afforded as well. But Fnatic have so much room, and Cloud9 are none the wiser. They do not even have the range for these fights. This Apps player is dead. Good luck. You've got UMP falling into the pit, bit of cover, but they can just drop in your head. Stopped by Roy as they double up. One man in the sight. Not long for this round, but that's the bomb with 20 seconds. Fasho on 1. This is getting weird. This is getting uncomfortable. Roy will try and bail them out, but Nafany still has that package available.
15 seconds.
He doesn't know he has the bomb. 2 kills right in front of him, but Nikodos saves the day. Fasher was just cowering in the corner, did not want to give a fight away there, and almost saved. If he knew he had the bomb, my goodness, could that have been different? But Fnatic were waiting for the kill to come to them, and boy, did it. Oh, that was scary. But 12-5, you know what's scary? Cloud9 getting slammed in their opening game.
Yeah, down to an eco now. This idea is starting to set in, and the problem with this CT side, man, is like your next investment's coming up against 13, assuming no weirdness happens here. The next investment's coming up against 13. If you lose that, Fnatic probably just run away with the whole map on the back of it, on the back of the money. They've kind of already done the legwork in this game. As he's tagged up, admittedly, but it doesn't seem deterred. It's going to falter to the PE2, and Fasha alongside Crims, it very quickly kind of stopped me worrying at all about this one. I'm still just scarred from the full eco win in that first half of Fnatic, but it won't be repeated. Rather unsurprisingly.
Yeah, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know if my heart can take that yet again. But 13-5, like you say, the one rifle round to rule them all for Cloud9, the do or die. And an underwhelming opening for Cloud9 unless they were to pull the incredible back. Now, we have seen some comebacks today, certainly. But I don't know. We haven't seen light from Cloud9 in this game. The 1v2 for Inters. Shiro with some nice AWPing so far, but often left out of the party. Avoided in the first half. And talking of avoidance, that only gets worse when you're on the CT side. Obviously, most AWPers fire shots and completely swap sites, as Nikadoz often was, but even so, very hard to guarantee you're in the right place in a map like Inferno. You can often just get out-read, and right now the calling has been sublime for Fnatic. Crims should be fine. This is 5 health the difference, he makes it out.
All right, this is the one opportunity, really. This is where Cloud9 have got to erect a stellar defense, or else it's all going to come undone in their opening matchup, and it's going to be a pretty crazy dominant loss dealt their way by Fnatic, a squad who have had nothing but problems on Inferno. They left it open. We were wondering if that meant that they've been putting in work behind the scenes, and it's certainly looking that way.
I think so. And we haven't had to even see that entry capability, right? Not only you mentioned Fasha the other round, but Roy is stellar on these T sides. And right now is the top performer in the entire server. Flash play ready for Nafany to fight the corner with Molly and Nade. I like that because the Nade slows him down. Molly can just get a tick off. And Nafany will re-aggress potentially with this flashbang. Got to make sure your util is primed and ready. No mistakes allowed at this point in the game. And Fnatic are in no hurry.
I mean, one of the things, you know, I've really liked watching Mezzi develop as an in-game leader, and I think even this round, you know, we're getting a good look in, right? We kind of have, like, once again, this idea of, like, doing the legwork early. It's a bit of a primer over towards B. You force that retake util out. Now that you've seen that, this is where you're going, okay, that's cost them util. They've kind of played their trump card almost, and now we're going to recommit into the B play. And this was all set up nice and early in the round.
Oh,
Nafany gonna get deleted. And even though the nade gets a trade from beyond the grave, that might not be enough. Cloud9 are very far removed from this one. Hobbit might be leaning over, seeing if smoke spam connects, but if it doesn't, it's a save, and Fnatic will be moving up onto 14.
Yeah, even the old school deep Fnatic smoke as well, just to lock out this retake for C9. And hey, we've seen them win 3-on-4s before, but there's no one lurking in top mid right now. Fnatic are giving nothing away. I cannot believe Roy got both those entries. 2 headshots. That nade, yeah, destined for his death. I thought it was going to be his teammate picking up that second kill, but Roy makes it work somehow, some way, and Fnatic laugh all the way to 14 rounds. Have not been tested in this game. It is a cold day in hell for Cloud9. Frozen to the bone. And 14-5, a tactical timeout for Cloud9. Their last hope, their last chance to do anything in this BO1 opener. On the bright side, I will concur with what Maui said coming into this game. The question was, who is this more important for this matchup? And Maui's point was, if Cloud9 do go down 0-2 in these BO1s, he has faith in them being able to grind out BO3s, being the better team. Hell, they're probably one of, if not the favorite for the entire Challenger stage, alongside teams like Vitality, for example, or at least coming in, that's what we would think. So yeah, I agree with that, but this is still a bit of a shambles of a game for Cloud9, not what we expected to see. Fnatic have trounced them.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, even if you say, yeah, Fnatic have put in work, it's like, well, we often have that saying that, you know, doing it in scrims, doing it in practice is very, very different to doing it officially. And in terms of that official experience, Cloud9 have them beat. You know, I think that's what really lends like a credence to this being such a one-sided game, feeling a little bit sour, right? Like, not really felt like they've been in it at any one point. From 10-2 down, recovering a 10-5 half, and now maybe nothing accomplished on this CT side. If they don't win this round, that's probably the last round they get to play fairly, and Fnatic will be running away with it. Here's the call. Fast up through mid, wrapping Arch. We've seen this before from Fnatic. Cloud9, are they ready for it?
They know it's coming through. They're actually not flanking. That's what Flash is playing for. Back at T-Ramp, hoping someone attempts the banana push. They're not doing that. Instead, 4 strong in A, but only 2 in front of the smokes. Only 2 here to fight for the site. Shiro will drop that first kill. Axel goes over his one-way, and they don't even know about Inters, who has the bomb on a plate right now in the site. This is weird for Fnatic. They slow down and try and wait out these smokes, but as they stumble in, they crumble too. Inters dropping Roy, and one by one Fnatic realizing this round is a little bit harder than they made out. Crims will find Nafany, but as long as no one overfaces, C9 still have that bomb at their feet.
Yeah, this should be a very safe space to be in. Fnatic are able to turn it around. It's all to their credit. Cloud9 very much favored. These crossfires are brutal. How on earth do you get past them? Well, the answer is you don't. Melted on the short side, and having to slow down and wait for that util to fade, well, it only gave more time for Cloud9 to get set up. They knew they had the bomb there. The bomb wasn't like dribbled slightly up the short side. It's deep within the bomb site. At that point, Fnatic are committed. You can bring everyone over. There's no more util to lock off these angles, to get rid of these crossfires between pit and site. And so really, there wasn't much of a way back in there for Fnatic once the round slowed down and the bomb was lost.
Yeah, and because they're waiting out those smokes as well, they're waiting out the one-way in pit. That also means they're waiting out their own utility that had locked Cloud9 out of the rotation, right? So as soon as they wait out the one-way, well, those B players are already set up in the bomb site, and they're in time. Came at a cost, and so will that setup. There's an orb to reface, and Shiro will even get out alive. Fortunately enough, a reflash. They see a second player, but Shiro finds a second shot, saving the day by taking down Fasha. Axel wins his 1v1, and C9 are waking up. The question is it too late in the day? Hello. Oi.
Oh, that's a jiggle. They both got that info, and Messi doesn't want to go back around the corner. I wonder why. Are they going to run boost? I think, no, it's just the peak for CT right now.
Oh. Crims, of course, gets tagged on the top.
Gets damaged, yep.
Yeah. Fire is very tall, as I learn in this game.
Well, heat rises in Valve's defense. Shiro, hold the line here. And with Hobbit also watching on from the fountain, these are 2 grimy little goblin angles. Gonna struggle to find a way in. Hobbit dead. Shiro back at the site. Just needs to shut this down. Just needs to try and keep them on the bad side of this timer. And that's the bomb taken away. Dropped for Fnatic. Crims is caught. The trade denied. And a lovely little hold out of that AWP. Shiro is getting his head in the game.
I mean, he's been all over it today. He's been hitting his shots. He's just often been at the back of the pack, right? And with how well Fnatic's util went on CT side, think about how many mollies, separated B attacks. Shiro was often left just saving, right? Back of the pack, you don't get the entries, you don't get the value Shiro provides. He's a post-plant player on a map like this, right? That's when you really see the value of that AWP. But here on CT, finally in the right place to cause problems. Because of a big defensive round. Oh, A1S spray nets 2, but blinded is Nafany. Tech9's running amok that lineup as well. Nafany with 3 kills. Blinded doesn't matter at all. Cloud9 find 8, and bit by bit, they hold on. It's actually Fnatic now who call the tack timeout. Don't want to get ahead of themselves. This game is not done. Cloud9 comeback team on the favored half. and even Groove jumps in with some words of wisdom.
I mean, you know, he was a big part for the peak of this Cloud9 squad. This core. So maybe his choice words gonna give them this second wind.
Yeah, still one of the longest, if not the longest, standing roster we have in the Tier 1 right now. It was often that brotherhood of heroic, but finally made changes this year.
I mean, even that's cool, you know, with Refresh and Sprout now, but we'll visit that in just a moment. Hobbit taking swings down Banana, and the nade, well timed. It's a good little wombo combo there. Naked Oz lies in wait, and a flash to try and send them round. They will trade out for the top B fight. Shiro trying to back it up, trying to get out of there. Keeps this in the advantage of Cloud9, a 3v2. And Mezzi does not dare attempt the trade, not yet anyhow. Bomb on his back. If this gets dropped over to that AWPer on the other side, it's a done deal. He's trying to be smart about this.
He's got 3 smokes, including the one he just threw, all on the ground. I mean, Crims can pick up that other one. But the man is armed. The man can run fakes. There's another one bottom mid, my goodness. Fnatic is scavenging. Shiro is hunting, looking for more, and as Mezzi looks down to fall off the box silently, Shiro strikes, bomb loose. He doesn't know Crims actually made it past this angle, but picking up the bomb, oh, that gives it away. Shiro now knows, and he hits the shot as well. Crims picks up that bomb on the sneak, and with Shiro seeing it disappear from the ground, he knows to look right instead. Just that little detail, it's all that matters. And in back-to-back rounds now, Cloud9 have felt fine facing, fighting, and dying in Banana because they know Shiro's got the site under control.
It's honestly insane, like the kind of consistency behind this AWP over towards B, you know, like he's just not dropped the ball once in any of these rounds. That is exactly what Cloud9 needed if they did want to pull this comeback off. They needed that hero player who just can't seem to set a foot wrong. And right now, that man is Shiro. He's putting a stop to the B plays. Suddenly, it feels like a huge part of Fnatic's toolkit has been removed in this game.
And what happened when Cloud9 were in the same position the first half? They resorted to those apps pops. Right at the end of the half, they made that realization. They want an eco off of an apps pop. They do it in a gun round. They win that as well in that little 3-round streak right at the end. If Fnatic have that same realization, they're going to start avoiding this AWP. They're going to start popping into A on early XX. I want to see if they do that in the next gun round. For now, it's just Deegs running it dry into B. They hit the headshot, and this tower can come crumbling down.
Yeah, Nafany back of the site, right? That AWP removed. Shiro, as we say, he's not missed a beat, so taking him out, that could be the turning point. Nafany's giving them a bit of a run for their money, though. Still lighting them up from behind quad. Nikados has snuck by, but Hobbit's a little smarter, and he will go looking for it. Double digits secured. Cloud9, are they really back in this thing?
I can't believe it. You know, you still feel like Fnatic haven't shown the full breadth of their toolkit in this T side. They've done a lot of B plays. And the thing that's tempting them in is they are getting picks. They are winning a lot of fights up top Banana. They just haven't been able to close rounds or get past Shiro. You know, if Shiro's one step ahead, now he's going to start going for those early mid picks. Even if he still ends his round at B, depending on spawns, we might see apps peaks. We might see mid fights as well. I'd like to see what Shiro does in this follow-up round. Timeout first for Fnatic. Do they want to go for the apps pop? It feels almost obvious at this point.
His spawn's pretty mid, and I don't mean that in the sense that he can peak there. I mean, it's not really that great for anything.
I mean, he's not, you know, he doesn't need to throw himself down at Car like B anyway.
Being real, if anything as well, he's been, I would say, better as a safe pair of hands while the others take the risk, right?
Sure.
Still, he might look to take a peek down Banana here. Hasn't really attempted it all too often yet.
Just gonna play
Instead,
corner.
bit more passive play in the corner, and that's all well and good. Fnatic, look at the fear. They don't want to go up Banana anymore. They're over it, man.
I like how we finally have a AAA setup though as well. After a lot of triple Bs, Cloud9 have just been, you know, ultimately winning the end of the round there. So they know Fnatic are going to go into a more default or A-heavy round, and they're exactly right. It has meant Banana is fully conceded. Like, this control just goes to Fnatic. They've just got to get past this util that's getting chucked in one by one. But wow, what a gamble for Cloud9. 4 players on A right now. They really do seem convinced. And these are the hardest mind games to call if you're Mezzy. Does that relative inexperience make things harder? Or does a fresh eye to the game pick apart the stack? In fact, Shiro's gone back. He's called for support. Something's in the water, and Cloud9 don't like what they see. Axel just creeps through, and this timing is delectable. Crim's Herd running away. They just know. Cloud9 can move everyone towards B if they want. Inters can hang around for a lurker, but there's no one of the sort. This is a 4-man B stack with a flank. If Fnatic win this, I will be shook.
Yeah, they shouldn't though. Hobbit's opened up. All right, Nafany did get stuck. And Shiro, oh, he's burning. Out in the open. Having a swing for this. Swing and win. He's in with all the kills. My goodness, the molly pushes him out into the open. You think he's done for. You think he's toast. But able to cock that AWP bolt back and fire off his second time.
And Fnatic are wondering, how the hell did they know? How the hell are they 4 strong B with flashes on rotation with 3 in the site? How do they know? We defaulted A the entire time. They never saw us. They never saw us, but Cloud9 saw you. You just didn't know. 11 rounds. Is this really happening, Harry? I thought I heard a tag sound, but no damage done. Somehow, Inters is invincible. Oh no, he took 2. I'm blind. Jumping on the cross. Crims is Deeg. Gives him a tickle on the toes, but it's Fnatic with 1 rifle working B.
They are obsessed with beating Shiro. They are obsessed.
I think they, again, just don't believe they would still be here.
Yeah, and I mean, all right, let's see. Shiro lies in wait. Messi on the receiving end. You know, you said sometimes the AWP just ends up in the wrong place. Well, not when they keep going towards it like this.
And now the Warriors, like, you want to go A, but you're like, what if he just took the shot and rotated? See, that's the mental part. Shiro just sits back and relaxes. Cracks open a warm one. The molly goes in. Fnatic throw a smoke, but he pushes through and he actually misses his shot. And now he needs to rely on his team. They've been pretty quiet today. Shiro's been the star of the show, but Nafany comes through and Hobbit through the smoke is dead as well. Nafany needs every single kill, and he's given us the lot. 12 rounds to Cloud9. They are still in this match, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing, right? You know, it's no longer just Shiro. Even in these rounds where he's been dying, Nafany has been a rock at B. You're no longer even getting that side of the entry anymore, right? It's really started to turn. It's so against your favor. You know, early on, you were kind of saying, Fnatic, they are still getting these entries. They are still getting the space. Well, that's gone now. Cloud9 are even taking liberties, pushing through alt mid, getting all this info. I really think Fnatic have got to recalibrate a little and just give the reminder that A is still a possibility here. Ooh. That's a little gnarly. The push from Nafany isn't something we've had from Cloud9 yet. And it sees them go a man down early, and that's just untradeable. You're going to really struggle to come back from, you know, the early 4v5, because now Fnatic are going to do everything in their power to dodge, giving you an equalizer.
I do like how they're breathing this one out as well. 5-on-4, they just evaporate. They go all the way back to T-spawn, again leaving Flasher to hold a flank as the rest of Fnatic set up in middle. You know, last time they did this, they still actually went into that A stack, but oh no, Cloud9, a classic. They're doing it again. No feelers, no probes. No one's risking a lone man wandering into B. Fnatic are going to go into the storm. They're going to go into the stack.
Yeah, right in to the belly of the beast. Still time to change your mind. Still time to go back. And Shiro's AWP has signaled the retreat. The Warhorn's been blowing and Shiro's moving around now with the AWP. He's here. Here's the footsteps. They're moving in. Shiro blocked off, but takes one with him. Fasher knocked out of the round. And now he's repositioning. Calling for these rotates. Cloud9 really taking their time on this one as they group over in top mid. Shiro is solely responsible for B.
Just got to live. Buy time. Come in late in the round. They aren't even planting. They're terrified.
This is insane, man. It's just Shiro. Like, one guy is putting this much fear. You've got 10 seconds, bro. You've got to get this down. Mezzi finally plugs in the numbers, but it's not good. Shiro with another, and Nikodos back at the site from the pillar in the 1v4. Needs to come up big, and he can't find a thing. Cloud9 onto 13.
It's hide and go seek Shiro edition right now. They are just magnet towards him. Everywhere he goes, Fnatic get drawn, and I love that stack for Cloud9, putting so much faith in Shiro to solo rotate back out and do the dirty on B. This guy has got the team in his backpack, and he is shredding Fnatic like cheese. That's like similar to the Inters 1v2 in the first half. Do you remember, right? Fnatic aren't planting. They have the site for so long, but they have no smoke carry. They have no util. They have nothing. They don't want to plant. They don't want to risk it. The time decides it for them. And the second they get that stick, Cloud9 are already there to save the day. Shiro at 30 kills now. Eight rounds in a row. After going down 10-5. This was done.
Going up 14-5.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
14-5, 14-13, equalization round here and now. Do Fnatic have anything left?
Yeah, it feels like they're running out of ideas, and yet at the same time, it also feels like they're missing an obvious one. I want to see a bit of a look in towards this A-bomb site. I want to see them give it some love after all this time.
Is it finally the Apps attack, right? The same thing that bailed C9 out after failed B hit after failed B hit. It was the Apps pop to find them two at the end of the half. Do Fnatic have that same realization? Has that penny dropped? Because if it has, Harry, Shiro is here. Set up in the site.
That's crazy as well. Like, if this is the round where finally they go A, Shiro is here again.
Of course
and at that point, he is rent-free in your head.
Magnet Man. Wherever you go, he'll drag himself along with you.
Very quiet from Fnatic. No one wants to be that first man to fall. They're all hoping that Cloud9 get overzealous, get over, overcommitted to fights, overconfident maybe. But no one's budging. Cloud9 are adamant that this is the A play. They are adamant that finally, after all these B rounds, this bomb's coming A. They've got Shiro here on the AWP. They've got 4 players in tow. Fnatic out into the top of mid and into the waiting guns. Hobbit with the first. Nikodos on an equalizer. And Roy finds another. Suddenly, Fnatic, they've got a way in. Shiro here. This is the fly in the ointment. This is the big guy in the sky. Him and Inter side by side. Light them up. And that's 14 all.
I cannot believe it. This is unreal. Absolutely unreal. No words. Wherever they go, he's there. And wherever he is, he's hitting the shots. That's the thing as well. It's a lights-out performance. It's not like he's even just, he's making good calls. No, he is nailing every single chance he gets. No missed shots, no missed opportunities, no missed reads. Cloud9 have pulled it back from 14-5. But the job is not done. However, this should be the easiest one yet. One rifle on Roy. We talked about that entry power. He needs it more than now than ever. Fasher falls first, and Shiro is here. Missed shot through the wall. That could have been it. That could have been the AK gone. Roy holds on. Do they quickly avoid the AWP? If they wanted to, that's already lost. The smoke in middle cuts them out. They're going to pop through, try and beat Shiro to the punch, but they line up. Axel gets a frag. It's going to be Roy dropping a gun for his teammates, but they're not going up the long side. They're committing on short.
Everything has a lot of doubt behind it. Everything has a lot of doubt behind it. But right now, Inters is the only guy inside of A. Top down in the pit. They don't know about him. He's waiting. And now he rears his head. Doesn't play his cards yet. Instead, waits for Nafany to join him. And this is just Crim's left. Back at the site. Tech9 in a dream. But Nafany's the dream catcher as he snatched that round away. 15 for Cloud9. Map point from a 14-5 scoreline to Fnatic. It is the full reverse sweep for Cloud9 if they can win this last round.
Dream catcher to dream killer, Harry. They do it in their sleep. How the hell do you recover from this game mentally? How the hell do you have the gumption to pull out a round right now after 10 in a row? On the precipice of putting Cloud9 down 0-1 in your opener, a huge victory that would be, and it might be staring Fnatic in the face, but they just can't grab onto it. Shiro, where's he gone? Starting B yet again. 33 kills deep. It's not been a one-man army. Those teams have been putting up the kills when they need to. Hobbit's been solid on long. Nafany's anchored B well. But Shiro is the star of the show and shines bright in this Cloud9 sky. 14-15. Deep breath Fnatic, or it's all for nothing.
And on the flip side, I mean, for Fnatic, that conviction, that confidence, that bravado that's so integral to everything we know about this squad, all these fantastic open, entry players who can create space, all that hinges on having some confidence in these gunfights, having some faith in Mezzi's calling, and all of that's been shaken on the back of this game. Shiro is down near untouchable on the other side, and right now Fnatic, they're going back to it all over again. Another one of these B plays. This was what started digging their grave, and now they're hoping that this can be their way out.
The question is, does he go through the smoke? It's such a high-risk, high-reward play to go through this coffin smoke. He's got a molly from his teammate. That might just tempt him through. Fnatic will have to run and execute. This is it. Do or die. All or nothing.
This is for it all. Nafany fully blind. Shiro now more than ever. We need him, and he is spammed out. Shiro is gone. A new hero has to emerge. Hobbit doing damage. The plant still found, and now Cloud9, a moment to compose, a moment to slow down. Hobbit's had to rearm himself, and his teammates are making their way over.
Post-plant orb.
Man up for Fnatic. No one moving a muscle. Nikodos scoped in, waiting for a boost. It's never going to materialize. Hobbit has dealt with Crims. Nikodos still fighting for this. Nails the shot. Put the AWP in the post plant and let that baby sing. Nikodos with a double, and that's more like it, baby! 3 in the round, and we're going to overtime.
A done deal, a closed book, a finished script, but somehow this story rages on. Cloud9 from 14-5 down find map and match point first, but they can't close it, Harry. Every good Inferno game goes to overtime, and this match is no different. The last game of the first round here, live in Rio, and Fnatic have longed it out. It took them a fair amount of time. It took them a little bit of effort, but they finally made it happen. Is it worth it? Or is it delaying the inevitable?
Absolute scenes, absolute madness, and we wouldn't have it any other way, would we? Made in the madness, it's Hobbit opening up this round. Fasha on the receiving end of this A1S down Banana. He's still keen to keep on fighting. Teammates here to back him up every step of the way. And Nikadoz offers himself up on a silver platter. You'll take that all day long, Cloud9. Axel, he even wants his fill. And he's good for one of his own. A 4v2 out of the gate. Banana control is taken away. And Mezzi, with bated breath, has at least dealt with this aggro down the Banana, and maybe, just maybe, that gives Fnatic a way back in.
Oh, you love when you hit overtime because suddenly all rules go out the window. You have the breathing room. You have the room to play aggressive, to take Banana back, to push the apartments. Cloud9 throw every trick in the book at Fnatic. They will go one step too far, though. Of 3-on-2, where Mezzi waits in the fade. Nafany, don't waste your ammo, mate. Mezzi will creep through, and Nafany's going to have to give it up. Solo B this time around. They haven't heard that AWP fire off. Looking to rain down death above in this B bomb site. Fnatic creep their way to the top, and of course Shiro smells something. Fresh meat.
Yeah, smokes go down. Nafany lies in wait. Doesn't give anything up early, man. And this one, yeah, that's a freebie. Good for the one and done. And that's already time running out. Roy, if he tries to put the numbers in, he's a dead man. So he's caught fighting, trying to win a round that's already slipped by the wayside. I think Shiro's even going to close it.
I think that was his first missed shot all game, to be honest. And it didn't even matter, did it? Dying after time, but really with this overtime, you're not really worrying.
I actually think you're like, weirdly enough, I think you're dead on. I don't recall the last time Shiro missed.
Well, actually, the last time was round 30 when he pulled the pistol out instead.
Yeah, that's true, right?
But then again, why are you using
the
pistol?
We're on the cat and AWP shots.
Yeah, true. Oh, okay, well, that's a round for Cloud9. And look, exactly what I said. They throw every trick in the book. They do everything. They push apartments. They take Banana. They haven't done any of this. They haven't needed to in regulation. They also don't want to risk it. But when you have that freedom, that little breath of fresh air, you can throw yourself into the fight. In fact, it will let them down this time. Nafany.
Dude, how wild is this? We're in a world where 2 kills, 2 B entries, still leave it hanging in the balance as to whether or not you're going to get in a B. And it's all because of this guy. It's all because of Shiro.
He's got
tries his hand at the hero play, but now backs off. Now elects to wait for that bomb to get involved. And for his teammates to rotate over. Axel waits in the CT smoke. Shots might be rallying past him.
Oh.
No tags yet.
I thought
Axel still thinks he can make a play.
He's waiting for the flash. Inter's lobbing it over now. They're going to go for it together, jumping through the pool, and he finds that kill as well. Fasha back at the site trading. 3-on-2 with no way back in. They just don't have to move. Hands off the keyboard is a 1 round for Fnatic. Shiro will not shuffle into this site, will not play into the round. Inter's has got to do it, and the time just isn't there. Hunting for ghosts in Banana. They're everywhere else. Seconds remaining, and they're just looking for kills at this point. Fnatic have broken through with yet another round, but it's not going to be enough. Still looking for 2 on the T side, really. Everyone dies at the end. Shiro won't give them the satisfaction. And Fnatic finally get some gratification on that B bomb site.
Okay, I mean, I tell you what, Fnatic are starting to, like, you know, it's been a bit of a reckoning over towards B, but we've hit overtime. They're starting to believe again. Couple of missed shots now from Shiro, and it feels wrong to home in on him with the performance he's given us. I think it would leave you even more sour if you put up numbers like this, only to have it torn away in OT. But the point is that his teammates have had a great deal of freedom over at B, because even if they die, he was there to pick up the pieces. And if that doesn't happen, that could give Fnatic a way back in. And when you've got your AWPer 34 kills deep doing all he damn well can, it certainly feels like a bit of a disservice. So Cloud9, they need to hold on to this.
I just still would love to see this apps pop. Instead, they come through Boiler and they hound down on the short side. But Axel from above manages to find that first kill. Inters is tucked in, and they've even got flashes to supplement, stuck in front of the Molotov, and in fact, it will spread. Crims from bread to toast, burnt to a crisp. 5-on-3. Shiro's on a rifle. Money not quite there. But do they still want to trifle with him? They walk through this one. They should be able to get a trade at bare minimum, but he gives it up. He's stuck on the wall. Oh, team kill! Disaster strikes at the worst of times, and that molly even slows Fnatic down. They can't edge their way back in. Shiro wants it all. He wants every kill, and he's going to get them. 36 deep. Doesn't matter what gun he has. Doesn't matter if he can open his damn eyes. Shiro still gives us the goods. Cloud9 up by 1 after the first half.
Oh, and I mean now, Fnatic, right, this was where it all got started. The CT side was where they put in a phenomenal amount of legwork. You thought it was going to be enough to win them the whole damn thing. They need to get back to that now. They need to somehow cast their minds back to a half that was, what, 18 rounds ago? It's asking a hell of a lot, I'll tell you that much. One thing, one silver lining, it's that now Nikados can finally be as influential as Shiro was.
As he was in the first half. That's what he's
telling himself. Yes, dead on. That CT AWP was singing like a canary. Basher, round the corner, flash for the swing. That's a double on his plate. And what a way to start this round. He's now off limits. Cloud9 sent back in. They can't go that way anymore. They've been barred. And so Fnatic 5 versus 3. Sat pretty right now, looking for this equalizer.
No hope in